Good morning, everyone, and we'll call the February 20th meeting of the Commission on School Funding to order. It's 9:06. First item on our agenda this morning is public comment period number 1. And this is a public comment opportunity for items that are on the agenda. I'd like to remind the public of the 3-minute limit. Note that no action can be taken on matters raised during public comment until they're formally added to a future agenda. Should you wish to provide public comment and are participating telephonically, please dial area code 818-475-4499. The meeting ID is 823-5024-5746. Our secretary will keep track of the time. Do we have any public comment? We'll first go to Carson City. Do we have any public comment in Carson City? It would appear that we do not. Public comment here in Las Vegas. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. Today I'm here on behalf of the Charter School Association of Nevada, of which I'm the Executive Director. For the record, my name is Lena Torres Fawcett. I'm going to spare us the spelling, but I'll turn in my remarks at the end of this. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today during this, specifically on the topic of the Charter School Reserve Analysis, Agenda Item 9. As we'll hear today about the end fund balance process for school districts, I think it's really important to underscore that charter schools operate under a different structural reality than our traditional public school partners. Charter schools do not receive property taxes or receive facilities funding. As a result, reserve balances in the charter school sector often reflect intentional planning for facilities, including lease obligations, tenant improvements, future expansion, and property acquisition. In addition, reserves provide stability in an enrollment-driven funding model. Charter schools must manage fluctuations in enrollment, payment timing, and unexpected expenses without the same financial backstops that are provided to school districts. When reviewing reserve balances, I would respectfully encourage the Commission to view them in context, not simply as excess operational funds, but often as the only mechanism charter schools have to ensure long-term financial stability and student access. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss this and stand ready to provide any additional information as you continue your oversight of the people-centered funding plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I went to public comment number 1 without asking for a roll call, which I would go ahead and ask you to do now. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Lisa Ford for the record, and this is roll call. Chair Hobbs.
Present.
Joyce Woodhouse, absent excused. Poonam Mather. Present. Dr. Nancy Bruni.
Present.
Yolanda King, absent excused. Ryan Reeves, absent excused. Dusty Casey.
Present.
Justin Dayhoff.
Present.
Mark Mathers. Absent excused. Ray Ritchie.
Present.
And Cassandra Stalkey.
Present.
Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. And it's my understanding that Mr. Mathers may be joining us. He indicated this morning that he would be joining remotely, so we'll look out for that. And if he does, please mark him present. And I'm going to go back to public comment before we close that out. Do we have any written comments for the record?
Chair, I do not see any written comments at this time.
Or do we have any callers waiting to make public comment?
The public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
All right, thanks very much. That closes public comment period number 1. Agenda item number 3 is consent agenda, and this would be for the approval of the January 16 commission meeting minutes. Received a note from Yolanda King, member King, this morning. The minutes may have indicated her not being present, and she would like it to reflect the fact that she was present. With that, I don't have any other changes unless any of the rest of you do. Otherwise, it's simply a motion and a second.
Chair Hobbs, with the change you just indicated, I would move for approval.
All right, motion for approval
Ray Ritchie.
and a second. Any additional discussion or questions? If not, signify your support by saying aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Next, item number 4, we have a report from Nevada Department of Education, and we're very pleased to have with us this morning Superintendent Wakefield. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair Hobbs. I will give some brief remarks and then pass it over to Melissa Willis to share more of the NDE updates. So good morning, Chair and members of this commission. Thank you for the significant leadership and heavy lifting you've undertaken in one of the most consequential policy areas for our state. School funding is, in my opinion, up there with the most powerful levers we have alongside policy to drive change. How we allocate resources ultimately determines whether the strategy becomes real or not in our classrooms. If we want our priorities to be concrete, they must be reflected in how dollars flow. I'm excited to engage more deeply with the commission as your work continues. Your work groups have been tackling serious and complex questions from weighted funding to predictability, accountability, long-term sustainability. I appreciate the rigor and thoughtfulness that I've seen in all of the work so far. Over my first few months in my new role, I've been on a statewide listening tour. I've been in districts ranging from enrollment of 400 to 280,000 so far. In conversations with superintendents, educators, trustees, parents, I have consistently heard a desire for greater coherence and alignment across systems, including resourcing, data, accountability. Districts are navigating enrollment shifts, fiscal pressures, rising benefits costs, alongside of new programmatic expectations. When funding, policy, accountability systems, and initiatives are not aligned, it can create complexity and slows progress for students. So I know that is part of our charge at NDE and the work that we are guided by with your commission to help bring that coherence. I've also made it a point to look for points of connection across our ecosystem through conversations with commission leadership, with Mr. Hobbs, through conversations with the Innovation and Excellence Commission, and then of course through our State Board of Education and others. I've been struck by the shared values and beliefs, but I've also heard a bit of a pattern that there can be silos to the work. I see our work at NDE as taking that on, articulating a coherent statewide plan, and setting priorities that help align and unify our efforts over the coming years. So to that end, in March, I'll highlight that we will begin rolling out NDE's strategic priorities, beginning with the March 11th State Board of Education meeting. One priority I'll preview is around aligning funding, accountability, and support systems to accelerate student progress. We need to ensure our systems make it easier for local leaders to plan purposefully, make the right choice, the easy choice, and clear out some of the noise in order for them to focus on student success. So to close, as you move more deeply into shaping policy recommendations in these coming meetings, I'm eager to engage alongside of you in a sustained, thoughtful way and ensure that our capable team at NDE provides the support, resources, and analysis that you all need for your important endeavor. So thank you again for your leadership. I'll be here with you all day, and I plan to engage with these meetings as much as possible moving forward. And with that, I'll pass it to Melissa Willis to share more of the NDE update. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hobbs and Commission members. Megan is unfortunately unable to join us today due to personal matters, so I'll be providing the NDE updates in her absence. As you may recall, during the last legislative session, NDE received 4 additional positions in the Student Investment Division. We received 2 auditors that have joined the Office of Pupil-Centered Funding. They are ready to head out into the field in March to begin the attendance enrollment audits. Additionally, we have just hired a budget analyst, and I'd like to introduce Andrew Okason. He is with us today, comes to us with experience in our own Office of Fiscal Operations, so experience with our budget process and payments, which is wonderful. He also has degrees in accounting and finance. He will be training alongside Bo and I to handle the monthly PFC payments and quarterly true-ups and support the work here in the commission. So you will see him join your work groups over the next several months. The 4th position that joined the Student Investment Division is an Administrative Services Officer 4, which will oversee 2 of the 4 teams currently reporting to Megan and alleviate some of the administrative burden. The 2 offices within this new bureau will be the Grants Management and the Pupil-Centered Funding. I'm happy to share that I have accepted this position. In this role, I will still support the Commission, the work groups, our contracts, and all the work that we do. However, because of this move, we are now working to backfill the position I vacated. We conducted interviews earlier this week and hope to introduce our newest member at our next meeting. As is typical this time of year, the PCFP expenditures have begun to outpace revenues coming into the State Education Fund. At yesterday's IFC meeting, we received approval to borrow from the Education Stabilization Account via a temporary transfer to meet our monthly PCFP obligations to districts and charter schools. Based on current trends, we anticipate paying the ESA back before the close of the fiscal year. Some other NDE updates. Earlier this week, Dr. Wakefield updated the Committee on Education on key department initiatives. I want to highlight that he fielded questions regarding districts in financial distress, declining enrollment, and several of our commission asks, and our impending recommendations. We also had fielded questions on the reporting burden for both NDE and our districts, and as you can see, we are very much in alignment with our asks and the interests of that committee. They are eager to have updates from our commission. As a department, we are also kicking off our 28-29 budget build process for agency request. This is a huge lift and will be due to the Governor's Finance Office August 1st. Both of these 2 things are have administrative and reporting requirements for this commission. So in the work groups, we've been talking about it being crunch time. As we move through spring, we will have deliverables, not only for our BDR, but also for budget deadlines and reporting requirements to other committees. So I would like to share my screen at this point. Chair Hobbs has asked me that as you update the working group or provide your working group updates in our next agenda item, I'm going to track along and see if I can't update dates that you might be bringing those topics back to this commission for discussion. I'm going to show you where we're at right now. I've taken a stab at it based on our work group discussions to update it because we had a couple of those that have already lapsed in time. Just a moment to share. Is that viewable by everyone?
Yes.
Fantastic. So just to update real quick, enrollment trends, if it's on today's agenda, we will see that updated here, and they are in order of our target meeting dates to share here at the commission. So we have enrollment updates, and then we see our March commission meeting, and we'll have a few others as we move forward. Thank you, Chair Hobbs. That is my update.
Thank you very much for the update. And upon conclusion of our discussion of working groups and the updates from the working groups, if you could share that document with the members of the commission, I think it's important for everyone that's part of any of these working groups to have clarity with respect to the deliverable dates we are showing on that. And just remind everybody, it's important to try to stay on that schedule as much as we can because we have quite a number of different items to take care of. Hopefully today we'll be able to take action on 3 or more items that are on that schedule. But in order to make sure that all of them are taken care of in an orderly way, we would like to be able to stick to that schedule as much as we possibly can. So if if you see anything on the schedule with respect to the due dates that we need to be aware of, please let us know so we can reshuffle the calendar a bit. We do have some items that'll be coming after the March-April timeframe that'll probably be multi-meeting types of items. And so we want to make sure that we leave ourselves enough latitude to deal with those thoroughly. And before we actually go into, because there was a great segue, Melissa, from that to agenda item number 5, but I received a note going back to the approval of the minutes. I'd like to reopen that item and also mention that Dr. Bruni may have been shown as having missed that meeting, and she was present. I suppose to tidy things up, then we would need to make another motion to amend the prior approval that we made and add Dr. Bruni.
As the maker of the original motion,
You
I would
were.
like to amend the motion to further change the minutes to reflect that both Dr. Bruni and Yolanda King were present.
And I'll make the second.
If there's no discussion, all those in favor of amending the prior motion signify by saying aye.
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 All right, taking care of that. So back to agenda item number 5, working group updates. And we can go in the order. You might have to help us with this, Melissa, but go in the order of the working groups as they were shown on your schedule.
Yes, Chair Hobbs, that would work. And if you would like me to reshare it, I can do that as well.
Yeah, that might be helpful. And I know we also have items on today's agenda that are from working groups. So as we work through the updates, you could certainly refer to those items as well. Now you're going to put it up there, and the only challenge I'll have is actually being able to read that. So a little help, Ray.
Oh, no, I can't see it either. So
No, okay, that's perfect. Thanks.
That's better,
Okay,
yes.
that's good. That's good. Enrollment trends and Cassie, if you're ready.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Cassie Stolke for the record.
Can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. I was hoping to defer my update until agenda item 7 just to prevent duplicative or repetitive information. We're going to be going over this and then hopefully have a discussion and action item where we'll talk about the base student counts and scenarios that we want to use to address the count volatility.
Perfect. We'll go ahead and do that. Thank you. Expenditure reporting, Member Casey.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. Member Casey for the record. I'll be brief. We did meet again a couple weeks ago. We've been a bit in a discovery phase, which has actually been good. We've learned a lot of new things. We have a couple more topics we want to tackle at one more meeting, and then we'll be ready to go at the March meeting.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Looks like I have the next 4. Okay, Nevada Cost of Education Index, been working with Applied Analysis. They were close to being ready for this meeting. We pulled that off of the agenda earlier this week, so we'll be bringing that back in March. It's taking sort of a 2-pronged approach with the NCEI. Phase 1 of that will be, why do we have the NCEI? Is this something that we need to continue to preserve in the pupil-centered funding plan formula? Part 2 will be a deeper discussion as to the methodology for how to compute an NCEI, presuming that the board's wishes are to retain that in the pupil-centered funding plan. So that will be a March and April agenda item for the 2 parts. Optimal funding continues to be a work in progress. This is the modeling around property tax abatements, depreciation, and the other things that you've previously seen. That modeling is going on. We're currently trying to collect parcel level data on a statewide basis. That is a lot of fun. Last time we went through this, I believe we had data for over 90% of the parcels in the state, and we pretty much went with that since that included all of the larger the larger areas of the state. We're trying to improve upon that, but so that's what's going on. And part of optimal funding too also relies on certain information that is reported in May of each year by NCES. And so we're eagerly awaiting those numbers so we can recalibrate the target funding levels. So that's something that we work on each week over in the office. School accessibility. We had a prior recommendation and a prior report that was approved by the commission. That report document is being updated, will be circulated to the members of the commission for their review. And if the commission wishes to do so, we can reaffirm the prior position that we took on school accessibility. Well, I just sort of rolled through those, Justin, so I bring it right over to you.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. For Rose, I may go a little out of order here. I'll tackle the two at-risk together. We have on the first item with regard to at-risk scope, we do have two upcoming meetings scheduled in March prior to the March 27th date with Melissa Willis and NDE staff. So I do anticipate us being able to bring that forward for the 27th. I would note though with NCEI that this may be a multi-meeting topic in advance of that. As that's completing, we'll work with Bo now. I had delayed scheduling the adjusted base in order to align with our original timelines for the bill draft request. So I'll be convening that group now, but I don't anticipate an issue with that current timeline. Same with the latter portion of that risk.
All right. Attendance area adjustments and ROI, Member Mathers.
Thanks, Chair Hobbs. On the attendance area adjustment, I believe APA and WestEd continue to work through some data collection as we relook at the recommendations from several years ago. Hopefully we'll be able to bring that to the commission here at the next meeting. And then on ROI, I know we have a presentation later today on that. So we did get a brief overview of that presentation. And so we're in the early stages of working through those issues.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Tiered allocation, Dr. Bruni.
Yes. Good morning. We have met a couple of times and had some really robust conversations. I think right now we're waiting for NDE to finish some internal analysis to look at the fiscal implications of different models. And then once we have that, we will hopefully be ready to present something to the full commission. So probably aiming for an April date.
Perfect. Perfect.
Sorry to interrupt. This is Christina Jorgis Burns, Deputy Attorney General. I did want to raise an open meeting law issue. We do not have, we're not live streaming on Zoom or on YouTube as we had agendized. So this unfortunately doesn't allow for the meeting to be properly continue. So do we want to take a recess and have a discussion potentially on solutions?
Based upon your advice, we will take a recess. Is this a technical issue? Are you able to address that?
So the agenda provided a YouTube link, and this is not being streamed on YouTube, so the public does not have access to the YouTube or the streaming of the meeting. They do have access through LCB, but that wasn't properly agendized.
So is it appropriate to discuss remedies here, or should we take a recess and discuss those offline?
Let's take a recess and discuss them offline.
Okay. Then we'll take a recess until we can resolve this issue, and then we'll come back and notify everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Hobbs, can we use this as a means of communication? Are we still live streaming? Or has that been paused?
This is broadcast. This is LCB broadcast. Yes, you are live on stream.
Could we pause that for a moment while we work through this?
We cannot pause, but just one moment. Let's make sure that we are muted.
Thank you. F1.
Can we incorporate the previous recorded material by reference as public comment? Is that motionable?
I'll make some opening comments and then you can question it. Good morning. It's 10:43 and we're calling to order the meeting of the Commission on School Funding. Just some remarks before we get into public comment. This meeting was originally scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. this morning. Sometime around 9 a.m. we did begin the meeting, but it was determined that there were some defects with regard to the opportunity for people to view the meeting via YouTube. And we suspended the meeting once we found that out, and that has been corrected. And so we're reconvening the meeting at this time. Since we had covered a couple of agenda items earlier today, we will describe what we covered earlier. We took action only on one item, which was minutes, which we will do again here this morning, but we'll give a recap of what was discussed and bring us to current on agenda item number 5. We were in the middle of agenda item number 5. I'm assuming that the Deputy Attorney General is still listening in and will correct anything that I say or do that isn't in complete conformance with the open meeting law. And she's smiling, meaning that she probably has things to correct that I've said already. So, okay, good. Then we'll roll forward and we'll open public comment period number 1. And this is for anybody that wishes to make public comment to do so. We'll waive the time limit. If anybody wishes to make comments telephonically, they can call 888-475-4499. The meeting ID is 823-5024-5746. Do we have any public comment in Carson City?
There is no public comment in Carson City.
Okay, seeing none in Carson City, we'll ask for the same in Las Vegas. And I'll refer again to the Deputy Attorney General. When we convened earlier today and had a public comment period, there actually was public comment that was delivered during that particular session. Is there a way to incorporate that into our record? Because they're no longer here.
I will, there is a way. I will get that information to Melissa to make sure that it's done.
Okay, very good. Just want to make sure that their comments are noted, and their comments were with reference to an item that we have on today. And I think that their comments also seem to conform with the direction that may be taken. So we'll see about that. Do we have any written comments?
There are no written comments at this time.
Very good. And any callers wishing to make public comment?
The public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
Okay, very good. That takes us to agenda item number 3. We'll close the first public comment period. Yes, I forget if it's not written down in front of me like Ron Burgundy, I will not read it. So let's take roll call for the record.
Chair, this is Lisa Ford for the record, and this is roll call. Chair Hobbs.
Present.
Senator Woodhouse is absent excused. Poonam Mather.
Present.
Nancy Bruni.
Present.
Yolanda King is absent excused. Ryan Reeves. Absent excused. Dusty Casey.
Present.
Justin Dayhoff.
Present.
Mark Mathers.
Present.
Ray Ritchie.
Present.
Cassandra Stalkey.
Present.
And Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. Consent agenda, it would be approval of the January 16th minutes. We have a couple of additions that have been requested. Member Yolanda King and Member Nancy Bruni should be shown as being present for the prior meeting. So if we could make that change to the minutes are in order for a motion.
Move for approval of the minutes with the changes you just surfaced.
Second by Commissioner Ritchie.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, minutes are adopted. That brings us to item number 4, Nevada Department of Education update.
Yep. Thank you so much. This is Dr. Victor Wakefield. I'll keep my welcome remarks very brief. Just good morning and thank you for your deep engagement. I've been inspired by the rigor with which you've approached all of your tasks as a commission. I'm really excited to partner with the commission moving forward as you move into shaping policy recommendations, and I'll pass it to Melissa Willis to share further updates from the department.
Thank you, Commission members. As I shared earlier, we have been working diligently to fill the 4 new positions that the Office of Pupil-Centered Funding and the Student Investment Division received last biennia. We have filled those positions. I wanted to introduce our newest member to our PCFP team, Andrew Okeson, who is our new budget analyst position, sitting up here at the dais with me. He will be joining us in working groups and shadowing Bo and I as he learns his new role. We are excited to have him aboard, and he brings a wealth of accounting and financial background with him to this new role. We also have a vacancy as the State Education Funding Manager position, which we conducted interviews, and hopefully at our next meeting I will have a new member to member of our team to introduce to you. And lastly, we shared, which I will continue to share, that as our working groups get closer to bringing their recommendations forward, as we give our working group updates today, if you could, if members could include an updated tentative target of when they will bring those 2 meetings, that would be great, and we will update that as we go. I will pass it back to Chair Hobbs at this time, and I will share that as well so we can move on to the next agenda item. Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you, Melissa. And if you would share the exhibit, because I think that'll take us into agenda item number 5.
Zoomed in.
Agenda item number 5 is intended to be reports from the working groups that are all working diligently on different topics. And so we're going to walk through these. The first 3, enrollment trends, Member Stalkey, I believe that an item on today's agenda will provide an opportunity for you to have deeper discussion about this and hopeful action, correct?
Correct, on agenda item 7.
All right, then we can move on to expenditure reporting. Member Casey.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. Member Casey, for the record. We met earlier this month, and we do have one more meeting scheduled to go over a couple of things. But other than that, we will be ready to present at the March meeting as indicated on the schedule.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. The next 4 are mine. And all of these are being worked on diligently at this point. NCEI line 6. We would expect to have the first part of that at the March meeting and the second part in April. Optimal funding is currently being worked on. That's quite a task. And you can see that we intend to bring that forward when it starts to get a little warmer down here. We'll move then to at risk. Member Dayhoff.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. No recommended changes to the contemplated timelines here. We have not met for a little bit with the at-risk group, but we do anticipate being able to get a couple meetings in before the March 27th item. What I'd like to notice to us all now is that we may need an extra extra meeting for that one as well, beyond just one conversation. But beyond that, the remaining two items below this in rows 11 and 12, those are, thank you so much. Those are underway as well with the adjusted base, the competency-based learning review task item, specifically one which I had delayed in order to make sure that we could get the bill draft request items through. So that will start right away as well.
Thank you very much. Moving to attendance area adjustment and ROI, Member Mathers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hopeful that we will be able to bring forward the attendance area adjustment recommendations in March, and then the ROI work. I know you'll see a presentation on that. So that's challenging work, but we'll endeavor to meet those deadlines.
Thank you so much. Tiered allocation, Dr. Bruni.
Yes, our group has met a couple of times. We are waiting for NDE to finish the analysis that will inform our next round of conversations, and we are on schedule to bring suggestions back to the full commission in April.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it looks like we'll have pretty full agendas in March and April. That's great. Weighted funding, Member Mather.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. The next four are all different dimensions of the work. We've been meeting pretty frequently. Item 8 today represents what we hope will be a basis for solid discussion, even action, because our honeydew list item deadline is today.
All right, we'll look forward to that. I know that is on the agenda, and hopefully we can move to action on that. So appreciate that very much. Weighted, let's see, where are we? Special education, Member Ritchie.
Yes, I believe we're waiting on the State Department of Education with the consultants to get back with some questions that we had at our last meeting, if I remember correctly. And I haven't heard back from Melissa on whether they got that done.
So still a work in progress.
Yes.
And hopefully, well, we have a couple of months to bring that to good form to put on the agenda. So I appreciate that. Reserve analysis, Member Reeves isn't with us today. He's traveling, and I believe that agenda item number 9, we will be covering that today, and other members that have been on that working group, I'm sure can help explain when we get to agenda item number 9, everything that the rest of us need to know. Student outcomes, Member King also couldn't be with us today. And they have, as you could see, a little bit of time through July to pull all of that together. Some of these others are, I know that that conversations are taking place. We have had one direct interaction with the Committee on Innovation and Excellence, which Vice Chair Woodhouse also chairs. So the communication has been plentiful on that. The rest of these will be on future agendas. So that covers agenda item number 5, unless there's any other questions that anybody has. Hearing none, we can move to agenda item number 6, reporting requirements. And this is information discussion and possible action item. These reports demonstrate how the Commission identifies funding from the People-Centered Funding Plan and how it's being used to improve the academic performance and progress of pupils, and data or metrics collected by the school district or charter schools to demonstrate such improvement. And we're fortunate again to have Dr. Amanda Brown and Kelsey Crossan with us today to walk us through this item. Welcome.
Thank you all. I will go ahead or Kelsey, sorry, did you want to do some opening remarks, or should I go in? Apologize.
Go ahead, jump right in. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So we have a couple pieces that we want to provide some information on, some updates coming out of the ROI and Student Outcomes Working Group. So the first piece I'm going to walk through is, Kelsey, if you could go to the next slide. We're going to talk about funding for education in top performing states. And then we'll also talk about the PCFP reporting, and that's when I'll kick it over to Kelsey. Next slide. Next slide again. Okay. So the question came up through the commission conversations and the work group conversations of wondering if there was anything we could learn about how top performing states or states that are doing really well with their, particularly their subpopulations of students, how are they funding education specifically for those groups? And are there any lessons that we can learn based on any similarities that we're seeing in how education funding is provided? So next slide. Okay, here's our disclaimer. We're going to talk about how these handful of states fund education, but we want to be really careful not to draw any conclusions from this. There are a lot of factors outside of how they approach funding that influence how their students are performing. And we also have to be mindful of the pandemic and its impact during this period of time, and how different states, for example, may have responded differently and come back to school sooner, remained open. But there's just a lot of contextual pieces that are happening in these states and different policy considerations. Next slide. Okay, so we looked at the Urban Institute. They do a really good job of taking national NAEP scores and doing some adjustments to consider the population of students that are served by a state. So they take kind of the raw scores and adjust them based on demographics. So we looked at the NAEP assessments, grades 4 and grade 8 in reading and math from 2022 to 24. And using that information, there are 5 states that are kind of the adjusted top performing. So given their populations, they are the top performing. So Mississippi, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Indiana, and Texas. And our little note here is that of these states, 4 of them also appeared, if you had done this, and that grabbed the same set of top 5 states in some prior years. Indiana and Florida kind of traded places in this most recent year. Next slide. Okay, so just want to give you a quick higher level overview of what we saw when we dug into how do these states fund K through 12. So each of them employs a student-based funding approach. They also provide stacked or duplicated funding for each student group, a question that's kind of emerged from this. They also all provide targeted additional dollars for at-risk students, though the definition of at-risk students varied. And we can show that a little bit on the next slide. But 3 of the states provided it via a weight. Massachusetts and Indiana instead provide a per student allocation. So again, they might provide targeted dollars, but they're doing it in different ways from state to state. They also provide additional funding for English learners, again, differing on if it's a per student amount or an individual weight. And then they also provide supplemental funding for students with disabilities or IEPs. And 3 of the states provided funding for gifted. So again, same as what we shared when we talked about that national review. It's really common for states to have adjustments for at-risk, for English learners, for special education, and slightly less common to have them for gifted. So this is very consistent with kind of what we saw in that national scan that we've shared before. Next slide. Okay, so this just provides kind of a very quick summary of which places use weights or amounts, as we've talked about on the preceding slide. The one piece I do want to highlight for Louisiana is that's one place where they include English learners in their definition of at-risk students. So while they provide a weight, that at-risk / English learner students are getting a single weight. So it's not as fully stacked as some of the other states, but still provides more than one adjustment.
Dr. Brown, just a quick question, if you could help me. Those where amounts are indicated, and on the prior slide you referred to the same thing, varying amounts on a per pupil basis. Yep. There has to be some basis for that, and it's kind of sounding to me like appropriation as opposed to something as definitive as a weight.
It's not always just an appropriation, I would say. Sometimes it's just, instead of saying that an at-risk student is a 0.2 weight, which generates a certain amount of dollars, they just have put into law the amount of dollars that they want to have go to that student. So I start to make a little distinction with appropriations that are kind of outside of a funding formula, whereas this is still within a funding formula approach. It's just an amount versus a dollar or a weight that changes as the base changes. All right. Next slide. Okay. I'm not going to go into a lot of depth on these next few, but you have for your reference each of the states and how they approach funding for each of these student groups. And what you're going to see as you look through these is that each state takes a very different approach in terms of what weights they use or how they define students. So what we want to do as we work through these, Kelsey, if we just kind of slowly flip through these, I'm not going to touch on them too much. But you can see the prior slide might have had a 0.1 weight. This has a 0.22. It's differ on if it's FRL students, if it's direct certification students. It tends to be more consistent for English learners, how they define students. And special education has the most variability, as we've talked about before, in how students are identified and how they group them for funding purposes. But I want to go to the slide where we kind of compare across the 5. Okay. So as we've talked about, a weight absent of a base amount is a little, doesn't really tell you, how much that funding that's going to that student. Because a 0.2 weight on $1,000 is very different than a 0.2 weight on $10,000. So I want to just highlight this is how much funding is generated by either the weight or the amount provided in each state. And that is shown in what we've tried to adjust to Nevada specific dollars. To give you a little sense of these kind of more apples to apples, it's very hard to draw apples to apples conclusions across any of these. But what you can see is that when you look at how much funding is generated in Nevada, say against these 5 states that are performing well, there's a lot of variability in the other states in how Nevada compares. And one thing that's also important to note is that the per student amount that's generated in Nevada, we got good feedback from the work group that we needed to look at it also in terms of how much, in terms of which students it's applied to. So again, Nevada is the only state of these states that provides unstacked weights or provides only the highest. So the first line amount you see is the amount that's provided for every funded student, and the second line that you see is the amount that's funded if you considered every student that's eligible for it. So more of an effective amount that's being provided. And you can see for at-risk, that means that while Nevada funds about $3,300 per student, kind of putting it in the mid-range of the amounts generated in other states, it flips more to the lower end of the range if you consider it per eligible student. And later in the presentation, we're going to talk a bit more about stacked versus unstacked weights in Nevada. So this will come up again. But the main takeaways that I want you to see here is that there's really not a one-size silver bullet great approach to doing this. Every one of these states that's doing well is funding at different levels. They're somewhat consistently funding on how they approach it by targeting additional dollars, but the amount that's generated varies quite a bit from state to state and how Nevada compares. So next slide. And the other piece of the puzzle that we wanted to make sure folks were aware of, that's the preceding slide was the additional dollars that are provided for those targeted groups. But that all situates in the context of how much funding overall is being provided in these states. And how they're resourcing kind of at that general level. So you can see these columns are FY23 figures. So that's the most recent figures that NCES produces for each state that allows us to compare. And Nevada's in FY23 was about $11,700 or so dollars, which was at the lower end of all of these states. When we try to adjust for putting it into Nevada dollars, recognizing that there's different costs of living and costs of staffing in the other states, you can see that some of the states that were relatively close to Nevada, say Mississippi, if you consider their cost of living and cost of doing business in those states, the gap between Mississippi and Nevada is much larger. And the last piece is just a little glimpse into maybe what some of those dollars are buying, which is that per people to teacher ratio. And you can see Nevada's is higher than these other states. So that's a little context for how Nevada compares to these 5 states that are doing particularly well. Next slide. Okay, some takeaways. So all states are using some sort of student-based funding approach, and they're providing targeted funding for similar groups of students. So again, their definition of who those students are can vary from place to place. Again, the states really differ in terms of overall funding, targeted funding. Nevada's targeted funding for EL and GATE compares pretty favorably to other places, while at-risk funding being somewhere in the middle. And again, if you consider eligible versus funded students, the story changes a little bit. Nevada's overall spending is lower than the top 5 states, and class sizes in Nevada are larger. And this is coming back to that disclaimer and caveat that we did at the beginning. There's a lot of other state policies and contexts that could be impacting performance that aren't funding related. And just a general statement that funding in each of these states is very nuanced and makes it challenging to kind of compare. But these are some takeaways from that ask. Any questions?
Questions from members of the commission? So, Dr. Brown, does this complete your presentation on the first part?
It does.
Okay. And Melissa, if you could help us as we go through these, you know, if we have a particular deliverable on any of these topics where the commission may wish to take any action, a reminder of that as we go through these would be helpful.
Of course, Chair Hobbs.
I'm assuming that this was more informational and not necessarily an action attached to it, correct?
Correct. I think the action might come in March.
Okay. Very good. And just one comment that I had looking at your exhibits, I was trying to read as quickly as I could as you were moving through under at risk for each of those top 5 performing states, the criteria for at risk. I also found to be very interesting. And this is something that I believe all the members of the commission have a copy of. And that's probably worth taking a look at because that's an area that we're going to have continuing discussion about. Thanks. Anybody else? Okay.
Over to Kelsey.
Great. Good morning, Chair Hobbs and members of the commission. We're now going to move into talking about reporting on how LEAs are using their PCFP dollars to advance student outcomes. And I'm going to do like a little bit of a walk down memory lane to start us off here, just to provide a little context for this discussion. As many of you will remember, under AB 400 and SB 98, the legislation outlined a set of indicators for the Commission on School Funding to collect and review and report on each year. And those, we worked with the Commission to narrow down the number of metrics to focus on and also to add some metrics related to LEA expenditures to try to paint a picture of how our districts and charter schools are using PCFP funding in their systems. And that culminated in this performance report, which we shared last year. Now, under Senate Bill 460, responsibility for that performance report has shifted to the Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education, which I know Chair Hobbs talked about a little bit earlier. Nevertheless, there is still a requirement under SB 460 for schools and school districts to submit an annual report to the Commission on School Funding that shows how they're using their PCFP funding to improve academic performance and progress. And the Commission on School Funding is charged with reviewing those reports, adding any commentary or recommendations, and then sharing that with the governor, Director of Legislative Council Bureau, Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education, and the Interim Finance Committee. So the Student Outcomes and Return on Investment Work Group has taken up this charge around this reporting requirement, and essentially to develop a new report template that schools and school districts will use to report how they're allocating their PCFP dollars. And then, as I mentioned on the previous slide, the charge again is to collect and review those reports and share them out. And one important thing to note is that NDE would like to use the data from these reports to determine the return on investment of different LEA investment choices. And so that's sort of a foundational thing to hold on to as we're thinking about how to design this new template. That said, I just want to distinguish, we know that when we refer to return on investment analyses, that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And there's quite a range of what we might ask for and what we might see as a result of those. And so I just want to note that WestEd is conducting a separate analysis, a causal impact analysis of the PCFP on student outcomes. Okay, so before we get into some ideas around the new template for discussion with the Commission, we just want to highlight a few considerations. First is we spent a lot of time, the Commission did last year, analyzing the number of existing reports that LEAs are required to submit and trying to look for places where there are opportunities for streamlining, avoiding duplication, and overly burdensome reporting. So we just want to hold that as we're thinking about any new reporting that we're asking of LEAs in the state. Also ensuring alignment with other state priorities and policies, this idea about the state's move towards understanding ROI in particular is something to consider as we're thinking about this new report template. And then making sure that the information being collected is really meaningful for guiding decision-making in the state. And then also consideration of the format of this submission of data so that it's usable, that it's able to be analyzed, especially if you need to combine it with other reports, and that the format itself is usable for LEAs as well. Okay. So as a starting point, we felt it was important to look at existing reporting requirements so that any new request for data and reporting from LEAs doesn't duplicate what is already being collected. And so on this slide, it shows the requirements for both schools and school districts under NRS 387-12468, which is frequently just referred to as 2468 for ease of getting the words out. And you can see here, I won't go through it all, but a number of different areas in which schools and school districts are already being asked to report by January 1st of each year on their expenditures and broken down by PCFP funded group, the amount of funding they receive, the number of employees that are employed by PCFP funded group, professional development, class sizes, etc. One thing that's notable about this is that schools and districts are required to post these reports to their websites, and the department has done some searching for information, and currently not all schools post these reports. Okay, the other major reporting requirement when it comes to financial data is NRS 387303. And these data are submitted at the school district level and for charter schools and must be submitted by November 1st. And these are the data that the West Ed and APA team analyzed and pulled into the performance report last year. And so you can see similarly, you know, really this shows just some of the data that's collected through these reports. And then importantly, as we know, schools and school districts also annually report on performance data, engagement, discipline data, et cetera, that can be used to inform some of these ROI analyses. So those are existing data that are already reported. So we are now going to show you just what we call a sacrificial example template. It hasn't gone through a lot of discussion yet. So this is intended to really start the discussion about the types of data you may want to collect from schools and school districts to understand how they are using those PCFP dollars to improve student outcomes. And this is intended to supplement those data that are already being collected through other reports. Okay, so this is the example we put together, again, just as a discussion starter. And under this, the idea here is that there would be a request for information on the top 3 investments, for example, to improve student outcomes. So schools and school districts would submit information through a short form with various drop-down menus to try and make it easier to complete. They would identify the funding source, expenditure amount, the type of investment that's being made, whether it's for tutoring or professional development, and some kind of brief description of that intervention. They would supply information on the number of students served, grade level, or student group, and then their intended outcomes. And then, again, a drop-down menu. They wouldn't have to report the outcomes themselves because we know those are collected and through other reports. And then if there's already been some kind of shifts in student outcomes, any evidence that they have that points to those improvements in student outcomes. So essentially, this would provide a signal for the commission on places to look. So if a district, for example, indicated that they spent their top investment was in tutoring and for English learners, and it was intended to improve scores on the WIDA, that it provides a place, a roadmap for where to look to start to analyze that ROI, rather than starting with the whole universe of both cost and outcome data. Okay, so given that, we have a few discussion questions, and of course, any other questions or discussion you want to have. First, what information is most important to collect to understand how schools and districts are using their PCFP funds to improve student performance and progress, and ultimately connect that information with student outcomes? And I would add what information that's not already being collected, and which existing data sources can be used in conjunction with the new report to supplement information, avoid duplicative data reporting, and what format should NDE use for the report to ensure it can be connected to other data sources if needed. And that concludes the presentation.
Well, thank you very much. Always appreciate it. If you could leave the presentation up, because there may be, well, I have one question that I think relates to slide 22.
Let me just grab it again.
Yeah. And this would probably fit into the category of discussion of other issues related to this, other than those that you posed to us.
See if I can get it back. Okay.
Okay. You made a comment that I was curious about. And I believe that, I'm trying to read the little words up there, but each of the districts must report the following information. And then you have, yeah, there you go. And you indicated that some districts are not filing this information. I'm curious about how it says must, and then some are not, and why that may be.
Our understanding, and maybe some of our district leaders can speak to this better, but our understanding is the 2468 report, the schools are not posting their reports to their websites, or they have been too difficult for the NDE team to locate on the websites.
So it's not that the information isn't being reported, it's just not being shown on a website?
They don't actually collect the reports, NDE doesn't. They're intended to provide greater transparency to the public about how funds are being used. And so the requirement is around posting. And I don't know, Melissa or others, if you want to speak more to this.
Oh, Bo Bennett for the record. Under NRS 12468, the districts and schools are to only submit to their website, to post it on their website. There is no enforcement mechanism in the statute at this point. I think it's something we're going to look at moving forward. But for right now, and consider it for the BDR, but right now there is no enforcement, and they don't submit it to NDE, they submit it just to their website.
And unless I'm mistaken, and certainly quite possible I am, I mean, part of the incentive here is to have a database of this information that could be used to create other reports that would speak to issues of student performance or changes in key metrics over time. And if it's not being collected centrally, how are we going to be able to access all of that information? Anyone?
Melissa Willis for the record. Chair Hobbs, that is my understanding of where we're headed as well. Just as a side note, in yesterday's IFC, the department did receive approval to move ahead for expansion of our DMS project and the infrastructure that will allow the data lake to move forward. So we'll receive some more funding with that and advance the data management system on the department side. So if the department were to also receive these reports, then that would be able to be something that we could use to extract the information needed.
And I'm asking that assuming that a lot of this information is central to being able to do other analyses and make other determinations. So I don't know how it could not be. I mean, I've talked about this before with over the last couple of years, and I'm familiar with your efforts on the DMS. But it would seem to me that having a central repository of all of this information on a comprehensive basis is what we really ought to be shooting for, right? And that's a work in progress at NDE.
Melissa Willis for the record. Yes, Chair Hobbs.
Well, the other question I had when I looked at this, and for some reason, Mark Mathers, I'm staring at you a little bit when I asked this question. And it was referred to that during our prior interim, a lot of time was spent by one of our working groups to inventory all of the different reports that are being filed. and make recommendations for a reduction in redundancy of some of those reports. And I have absolutely no idea, as I'm sitting here right now, what the outcome of all of that was. But I would think that, particularly you folks, and, I'm looking at you as well, and Ray and Cassandra, those that have to file these reports, or, at least in part file some of these reports. Is this something, Mark, that we need to also bring back and reiterate as far as reducing the number of reports and the duplication of those reports?
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. Mark Mathers for the record. I mean, the short answer is yes. I will say the work done by the commission, supported by APA and WestEd, did have good results. There were several pieces of legislation that either eliminated some reports or changed the frequency of reports, or substituted publication in newspapers with just posting it online that saves real hard costs. So this is, it was a really good development to see that many of those recommendations actually made their way into legislation that was passed, and that has been very helpful. That said, I think we all feel like there's more work to be done to reduce reporting by school districts. So yeah, I would say the answer is yes, Chair Hobbs. It is worth continuing to look at and identifying redundant or just simply not used reports that harken back oftentimes to the old Nevada plan. I feel like there's still some of those reports hanging around, and it would be great, to finally kill them off.
Well put. Appreciate that, Mark. And so I would just make the note that as we're going through all of this, if there's any identification of additional reports that fall into that category as not being fully utilized, I'm trying to think of the right words to use, or additional redundancy, and we can make further inroads to streamlining some of that for you folks. Let's certainly make it a point to do that and make that a part of our recommendations as well. My last question is that, and you can go to your discussion points now, and we'll open it up to the commission. I guess I'm a little bit confused as to what part of this falls to the Commission on School Funding and what part falls to the Commission on Innovation and Excellence with respect to making recommendations around reporting. I think you may have addressed that earlier on, that we retained some role in that, but I just want to be clear on what that is. I don't want to wander off into something that is the responsibility of the other commission, but I certainly want to make sure that we take care of anything that remains with us.
Yeah, it's a really good question. So, and I think it is complicated in the legislation to track exactly who's responsible for what. But the commission's charge is to really look at how those PCFP dollars are being used or allocated to improve academic performance and progress. So really looking at the expenditure component. And to create this, and in order to do so, creating some kind of report template or potentially leveraging existing templates. Although I know there's an interest at the department to move to a template that ultimately supports looking at ROI at the state level, so that existing reporting requirements are not sufficient currently in order to look at ROI. So somehow moving into the collection of data that would allow for that.
No, Kelsey, thank you so much for that clarification. And I think with that in mind, let's return to your discussion questions and, help us maybe work through any direction that we may be able to provide toward the end responsibility that we have. Any other questions or points from the members of the commission? Looking for hands. I see?
Chair
Okay.
Hobbs, I have a question.
Dr. Bruni.
I was just wondering, and this may be more for NDE, how many districts aren't reporting publicly? And then before, it sounds like from what Bo said, we're moving to potentially addressing enforcement in a BDR. Before we move to enforcement, do we know why the districts aren't reporting? Do they not? I know some of our smaller districts are facing budget cuts. So do they not have the DMS or the infrastructure to be able to collect and adequately report, or do they not have personnel? So I just was wondering if we know why they are not reporting before we start moving to enforcement, because I would hate to impose an unfunded mandate on them, even though it is required. Just figuring out how we can help. Thanks.
Bo Bennett for the record. For the most part, the districts have been compliant. There are a few that are missing a year or two. It's mainly the public schools individually that are not posting them. I don't know if that's an informational problem or because there's no enforcement, it's being skipped over, or if they're overburdened. We are looking at some federal reports to maybe combine this 2468 so we can combine them into a single report that meets multiple purposes. So we are looking at redefining the 2468 report. But for my knowledge right now, it's just mostly the individual schools that are not posting.
Thank you.
Member Casey.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. Member Casey for the record, and thank you very much for the presentation. Kind of an observation and maybe a question for NDE, but when we start talking about reporting, because our expenditure reporting work group has been tackling some of this as well and looking at the 387, 388 reports that charter schools and districts are completing and how that compares to other financial reports, and is that information actually compared anywhere or by anybody, and if so, by which agencies? And to me, I'm curious if there's a short-term situation that we have a scenario where we're looking to streamline some of these reports or maybe make them easier versus a long-term scenario where that data management system is ultimately used. And I would ask NDE because the way the chart of accounts are set up now, if there's a new funding stream or anything like that, that stuff all gets coded. And so if the ultimate goal is to allow raw financial data to be able to go into that data management system, then ultimately it seems to me the majority of all of this information could somehow be pulled out of that rather than multiple reports being filled out that then populates that. Because what we're seeing right now is the data doesn't necessarily align from one report to the next. These are all manual reports. So I would be curious if some of this, what we would ultimately recommend might depend on what that data management system ultimately looks like, and how that data is going to be collected from schools, whether it's more of a raw source data one time that may somewhat align with the financial audits of schools, and then these other reports are built off of that, or if NDE envisions multiple reports going into that system. And they might not have all those answers yet, but if that's where we're going, then some of this may depend on ultimately what that DMS system looks like.
I wasn't sure if somebody from NDE or Dr. Brown or Kelsey wanted to make any comments with respect to Dusty's comments. I certainly understand everything that you just said, Dusty, and that's what I was trying to figure out too. Is in fairness, I think Kelsey's questions are sort of pointed in that direction. We need to have the DMS. There's no question about it. To be able to produce the type of reporting that's contemplated by bullet point number 3, you have to have that data. Now, what the critical data may be, I certainly don't feel qualified in that area. But it is, and I have to believe too, having looked at some of the reporting in the past, that a lot of that data probably already exists. It's how you use it and how you draw inference from it. Would that be your feeling too?
Is that directed at me, Chair Hobbs? I apologize.
Oh, no, it's directed at anybody that anybody that would like to take a shot at it.
This is Kelsey Crossan for the record. Just I do think one gap, yes, these data for the most part are already available, with the exception of, I think, the school level expenditure reporting data. It's not, because it's being posted to websites and not all schools are participating in that, then I think there's a gap. And so there's a decision also around the sort of level of information that's most critical to understand how across the system LEAs are using dollars, whether or not the unit of analysis should be at the district level, or whether it's critical to understand school level allocations as well. So that seems like a current gap.
Were you reaching? Yeah, go.
I wonder if I may ask a follow-up to that, Chair, and then I have a second, but I wonder, to that end, how much the question is not a gap in terms of the data themselves, but just the posting of said data. And I would ask my colleagues here on the school district side in particular, when it comes to these types of reports, there's a lot of central office support that goes into the construction of that. And to Chair Hobbs's point, those data do exist. It's just, again, whether or not they're posted. So I would ask, outside of knowing or understanding the full census count of where and which specific schools have posted those, is the sense of WestEd that the data themselves are available for analysis ultimately? Already, like that those already exist at scale for us.
Kelsey Crossan for the record. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if NDE can speak to it. I think, and our CBOs. I wouldn't, yeah. I don't know if the school level expenditure data is available somewhere else and just not being posted.
Bo Bennett for the record. The school level data is not being kept by the department. The 24681 report, which we're discussing here, is a report basically aimed at the parents of the pupils at those schools to show what they offered last year and how they supported those offerings with their PCFP dollars, and then what are they offering this year? What changes are they making to what they offered from last year, and what changes in finance did they have from last year to this year? It's not going to have a lot of detail at this point. It's just basically asking about 5 simple questions that are required under the statute, under law. There's not a lot of financial information per school, so I'm not sure what we'll be able. I think we're going to need more data than is available in that report as it currently stands.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. So Yolanda King is leading us in the working group that's trying to wrestle with this ROI question, and this is really related. If you just look at the 3 discussion questions, I think for me the part that jumps up is we want to try to understand how schools and districts or schools are using those funds to improve student performance. There's no end to how many things we can collect in the way of individual data points, but right now we don't really have a clear sense as to which funds have bigger impact on achievement. And so the tendency is to, when we found ourselves sort of getting pulled into that, is to say, oh, well, how much data could we get? The answer is unlimited amounts. It just glazes us over, it tells us nothing. So the second then is the data, like what sources do you go to? There is no end to the sources but the seminal question is, what do we want to know? And on this topic, for the recommendation, we have an obligation to try to wrestle with this thing. But we had a meeting even yesterday, and sort of Mark Mathers was on that call. And what we sort of concluded is that there's really two good days to, like the best day to plant an oak tree is 50 years ago. The second best day to plant an oak tree is today. And so I think as a commission, we're going to do some level setting. We have an urgency to try to demonstrate what investment has returned for the additional investments that we've made in the recent past. That urgency, though, needs to be managed carefully against we got to go slow to get this right. And we just don't know yet. So I'm glad to see that Yolanda's work group, I think our deliverable was in June. Oh, Yolanda's right there. I thought you weren't coming. Okay, so let me stop speaking for her because she does it so much better.
And let's go ahead and note that Member King has joined us.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So no, Poonam, you stated what the concerns are very well. The point that I was trying to make yesterday on our call was the fact that we need to get this right. We also need to understand what type of data is needed in order to figure out the correct student outcomes or what the ROI means. And right now there may be a gap. The information may be out there, but it doesn't appear that it's all in one place in a database management system. And so what we're kind of grappling with is the fact that, there's a need for accountability, and there's a need to show accountability for funding. And that need for additional funding by way of showing how we're being accountable for the dollars or how the dollars are making a difference. Right now, we just have assumptions that if you provide more money for education, that will have an input on positive input on student outcomes, or even determining what the return on investment is. But the fact that we can't show that information or be able to prove that information, I don't think that we as the commission can point to the fact that, hey, we need additional funding to improve student outcomes when we don't have the data to back the information that more funding does improve outcomes. And so what that means is obviously it delays, showing the fact that additional funding does improve outcomes, maybe another 2 to 4 years until such time we can understand what data is needed, start collecting the data, start calculating what that data looks like, and start viewing what the outcomes are from those additional funds. But until then, it just seems like it delays any need for, not need, but it just delays us having to be accountable for the dollars and show how the dollars are making improvements. So that's kind of what I got from the conversation that we had yesterday. Thank you.
Just to add, sorry.
Go ahead.
Chairman Hobbs, to add one thing to that. So as a layperson on this commission, here's what I'm really happy and hopeful about is the increase in student achievement that we've seen in the recent past. All of the test results are showing that there is improvement happening. So there is a logical conclusion in my head that I think my neighbor would buy into, is that money does matter. It hires people, it keeps people, it provides the right supports for those kids and our babies in schools. So it works, except what we can't yet do is to say, and if dollars are spent this way, it'll benefit kids the most. And I think that's ultimately what we want to quest towards, is to have that kind of more nuanced and clear understanding about which investments are driving greater results for kids. We're not going to get there this time, right? I think we're going to have to, as a commission, be emphatic in making the case as we can currently make it, I think, which is what is undeniable is there has been student achievement. And that correlates with the same period of time as we've been making stronger investments in. I think the 2468, who do we appreciate reports aren't yet fully being appreciated at the school level, but it's a place to start. Like it asks, what are you spending it on? Which kinds of kids are those investments being directed to? It's probably the right set of questions. We just don't have the information from all the schools, and it's not in a centralized place, right? So it's just, that's time. It's just time.
No, I really appreciate your comments because I've been struggling with exactly how to address those discussion questions. And I keep coming back to, okay, well, until you have all of the data in front of you and you could see all of the data, how do you answer a couple of those points that, you know, Kelsey threw our way to try to be, you know, mean and everything else? Because I don't know that they're answerable at this point until you do have all of the data centralized. At that point, you could identify missing pieces of data that hopefully don't require new reporting, you know, maybe adjustments to existing reporting. But I don't know that we can give direction with respect to those discussion points at this point in time. I think this is an ongoing thing. And we'll, you know, I think we need to continue to attend to it. But as much as I was trying to, and I was looking at those discussion points, I don't know how to answer any of those at this moment. Except, you know, we need to continue to make that progress toward a centralized and comprehensive database, which I think all of us support.
Nice one.
Sure.
This is Superintendent Victor Wakefield for the record. Just one infrastructure question. So bringing all the data centrally is so important. And is the coding and the chart of accounts going to give us consistent information when we bring it centrally today in Nevada? I'm sort of on a learning curve here.
It should. We're all using the same coding system as long as we're coding everything the same way. It should. But when I look at the 2468 report, that really doesn't tell me anything about student achievement or return on investment. It just tells me how many students are there, how many teachers are there, right? That's what we're looking at. But what does that tell me about how well that school has done? There's other mechanisms besides this, besides the 2468 report that go into that, right? So yes, it's a start. I don't think it's the end of it, but it's like the neighbor looking at that report wouldn't understand it. Really, when you look at that, it'd be like, okay, that was wonderful. They checked the box, they met the requirement. It's posted on the website, but what does that mean for my child at that school?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I really appreciate that because unless you can take some of that statistical data that comes from that report and correlate it with other, you know, increases in good things and decreases in bad things, I don't know what it really gives you. And I think that's what you were saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Chair Hobbs, so give us a reality check, because my understanding is that there are the standardized test scores that are available and accessible by school. And so what we don't have is at the school, the what have you spent on?
Yeah.
So we can actually, schools may not be doing it, the 2468 doesn't do it. But that's what my neighbor is looking for is how much did you spend at the school? What did you buy? And how are those kids doing vis-a-vis others? And the star rating system.
And the star rating helps too, absolutely. Right. So the reality is in education, on an average, most school districts spend anywhere from 80 to 86% on salaries and benefits. So when you're looking at a school, 86% of your money in your school went on paying everybody's salaries and benefits from the administration all the way to the folks in the kitchen. So you've got 14% that went to buy those textbooks or to pay the power bill or the utility bill. So yeah, it's a combination of lots of reports. The 2468 report may be a start, but it's not the end.
Member Mathers.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. I wanted to kind of respond to Dr. Wakefield's question because it was a really good one. I think the problem, I mean, we all have the standard chart of accounts that comes from the federal government that flows through the state that we have to abide by. And that's breaks down costs by department, program, function, object code. So there is that information, but I think you're at the heart of your question, which is a good one. I think what we're asking is, what are the strategies districts use to improve performance? So in Kelsey's presentation, there was a drop-down menu that showed tutoring, interventionists, and so forth. And I don't think our systems are at a micro level to really capture those micro strategies that some of us have employed to address performance. And so that to me is the challenge of collecting information on specific strategies, because most of our accounting doesn't go down to that level. So if we want to actually capture costs of those strategies and then correlate it to performance, there is work to be done there. So it was a really good question from Dr. Wakefield, and I wanted to be able to answer it. I don't think we're there yet, and that's the work that would really need to happen to test the effectiveness of strategies.
Member Deha, for the record, I actually want to start by just seconding everything Member Mathers just said. I want to concur with that, and to the extent that I can, in doing so, encourage that same attention, or to, as Member Mathers said earlier, plant the oak tree and start planting our oak tree now, because doing so or making those adjustments, or even being able to understand at maybe it's a new sub-program code, but something where we have intervention in that we can actually select in our chart, that becomes something, again, it's not retro, but it becomes something forward-looking that we can do. To that end, I know that we've spoken a lot today about our investments on this, and I just want to be clear, because when we talk about, and I look at the report example, or even just the first bullet, I just want to make sure that we're thinking both not just about the expenditure side of this, but also on the budget side about this, and not just at the high level of the district, but I think it's worth considering whether and to what extent even a school may have received a given budget in a certain way, and then what they spent, because that difference in their ability to spend can be equally as instructive in terms of implementation fidelity, because if a school's not spending, it's not getting done, but expenditures aren't necessarily going to tell us what they said they were going to do in the first place, or we as a district said we were going to do.
I have a comment. This is Member Stolke. After looking at the template, I think I can agree with what Mark and everyone has said, but I think in addition, going towards the chart of accounts, there's also centralized services that we provide to these student groups that are being coded under central office that maybe every student is receiving, or just the at-risk are receiving, but they're not necessarily being split out into the different school groups. So I think we're missing a lot of services by individualizing it by per school. I also think just looking at the quantitative data, like Justin said, we're missing a lot, and there might be some more qualitative data that would provide us some more information on the return on investment as well. I did have another suggestion just with the duplicative reporting. With this report, we're already turning in our 387, 388A reports that are providing a lot of this data, except it is excluding the school level. So if we were just to add on one additional sheet on there providing school level data, that would reduce one of our reports.
I'm looking to see if we have any other hands up, but I think those suggestions that were just made with respect to the chart of account and the coding, and the other comments that Member Stolke made, are probably the biggest step toward addressing the discussion points that you put before us today. Any other direction that we can provide at this point? Okay. Thank you so much for the reports. We'll move to agenda item number 7. The commission's to monitor the implementation of the people-centered funding plan and make recommendations that would improve the implementation, and certainly enrollment count methodology and trends fits under that. And we don't have to go very far to welcome back Dr. Amanda Brown and Kelsey Crossan to walk us through this item as well.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, Kelsey is going to sit this one out, and I have joined with me Michaela Tonking and Justin Silverstein, who will also be helping with the, they will actually be running the slides for this presentation.
No, that's perfectly fine. Substitutions are allowed.
Perfect. They're great ones.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michaela Talking for the record, and Justin is about to share the slides. Great. So we are going to do this, actually, presentation includes agenda items 7 and 8, but we have stop points for throughout so that we can have discussion, you guys can provide any direction, and then from there, do any action that the commission may choose. So Justin, if you go to the next slide. We are going to cover two big working group areas. We're going to start with the enrollment trends working group, and we're going to look at some base funding scenario modeling, and we'll talk about the key takeaways and considerations. And from there, we will have a discussion by the commission and possible action, hopefully. And then that will bring us to the weighted funding group updates, and we will do a similar conversation around student counts. And then Justin will talk to us about stacked weights. Next slide. So we'll start with the enrollment trends working group and talking about the base funding and the base student count scenarios. Next slide, Justin. So we have created 3 scenarios, and the problem we're really working to solve here is talking about the predictability of funding for districts, and as well as coming up with ways to really solve for that quarter true-up that exists. And so we've created 3 different scenarios. Scenario 1 is looking at the prior year, and that's really just taking the average of the 4-quarter ADE and coming up with the prior year amount. It is important for us to note that all of these scenarios are focused on prior year, so they won't be as helpful for districts that are growing, but some of them are better for growing districts than others. With the prior year scenario, declining LEAs, it's a better situation for them than in current year, but it can still be kind of an abrupt drop for some districts since it's just what happened in that previous year. And it doesn't provide as much ease for some of the fluctuating LEAs. Scenario 2 is taking a 2-year average of the prior year and then 2 years prior. So it's looking at those. That is much smoother for our declining LEAs and really creates some more funding stability for them. The problem is with the growing districts, they become funded on fewer students than if we were to use scenario 1, the prior year. And then the last scenario is scenario 3, which is taking the greater of prior year scenario 1 and the 2-year average scenario 2. This one better addresses both the needs of growing, declining, and fluctuating LEAs because they get to choose what's the most advantageous for them. The problem is it is the most costly for the system. And so we'll look at what this what the state level impacts of this are on the next slide. And so just to caveat this, all of these scenarios that we'll talk through on these slides can be paired with a change to the exceptional enrollment growth adjustment, the EEGA, to provide additional funding for LEAs that are experiencing significant growth. And we'll be talking about that on the next slide, but I did want to caveat that to begin with. If you look at the table, the first row shows the current approach, which is taking the current year. And we didn't have the perfect current year calculation yet, so we just did the average of Q1 and Q2, and that has seemed to be the most predictable looking at the last few years in collaboration with NDE. So in the current year, we have about 458,000 students. Scenario 2 would lead to an increase of about 1.1 in the student count for about 463,000. Scenario 2 would have that increase of about 1.3 to get us to 464. And then scenario 4, as I mentioned, or scenario 3, which as I mentioned is the one that is the most costly for the system, would have about a 1.6% increase to be about 465,000 kids. And if we were to look at the base and see how those different scenarios affect the base funding, we would be looking at, with scenario 1, about a 1% decrease in funding in the base per student. Scenario 2, 1.2%, and then scenario 3, 1.5%. We are using the FY26 base of 9,432. We have not adjusted this base to deal for any of the attendance area size adjustments. So it looks a little different than many of the people have seen on this call, but just for simplicity as we talk about it throughout these slides, we are going to use the unadjusted base. That next slide. So on this slide, we also put out what it does to enrollment counts by LEA level. And I wanted to kind of look at 3 different type scenarios for us. If we're looking at Carson City, in the prior years, Carson City has been facing declining enrollment. So scenario 2 and 3 are the most advantageous for them. If we go down to the very bottom and we look at the charter and university schools, they have been experiencing increasing enrollment. And so scenario 1 and 3 is the best. And so really, if you look at that, in scenario 1 and 3, charters or universities would be funded on about 2% less students than they have in the current year, versus in scenario 2, it would be 4. And then the last would be Lander, which has a fluctuating enrollment for the last 3 years. And so in that really scenarios, 3 would be the most helpful for them to decide as they're going each year. So that's just the lens there. If we go to the next slide, we wanted to talk about how this would affect the exceptional enrollment growth adjustment. And so our thought would be to reduce the required growth rate from 25% to 15% to qualify LEAs to be able to get some of those adjustments if they are experiencing significant growth. The EEGA would also be used for anyone that's opening a new campus or a multi-site charter school, as well as adding a grade level. They would be experience that significant growth as well. And then the third area would really be there would need to be some consideration to districts and charters that are under that 500 student enrollment level to create a lower EEG percentage for them, because a couple student increase could have a larger impact for them. So that's just the other flag there. That brings us to the next slide. So the area is really just the key takeaways to take away from this area and allow you guys to have discussion and possible action on it is that all these scenarios eliminate the need for the quarterly true-up and the quarterly adjustments. There still will need to be an end of the year true-up, but this gets rid of some of that timing of payments. It also helps provide predictability to the LEA and the state because it's using prior year data in all of those scenarios. So they're able to know what to expect as things go on. It also provides a softer landing for the declining population LEAs, but does have less impact on the growing LEA populations. But the better of approach does assist them more than the average approach does, as well as creating the EEGA policy and lowering that threshold to support those LEAs. And then the last thing is with these scenarios, LEAs with declining enrollment may have a need, may be able to eliminate that need for the hold harmless. So that kind of helps get rid of some of those other adjustments that exist. Our next slide is just discussion, opening it up for discussions on this item, and then any motions or actions.
No, thank you very much for the presentation and for the way you teed up the discussion. This is something hopefully we can have a thorough discussion about, and in a perfect world be able to come together on a recommendation and a motion. Hopefully everybody has settled on their favorite. So I'm opening it up for comments and discussion at this point. Member Mathers.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. I mean, I think everyone knows this is a huge issue, given at least at several different districts what has happened, where their general fund is close to zero or has gone negative. And then other districts, I think all districts have faced budget challenges due to declining enrollment. I mean, that all said, if we're all seeing declining enrollment, I do wonder what we accomplish with very complicated adjustments to the People-Centered Funding Plan. And one of the key aspects of the PCFP that I think is really appealing compared to the Nevada plan is its simplicity. We heard when the Nevada plan existed from legislators and others, I can't understand what this does, and therefore I'm not going to fund school districts more because I'm not sure where the money would go. And so I think one of the, I'm not going to say big, beautiful plan or something, but the simplicity of the plan of the Pupil-Centered Funding Plan is one of its great hallmarks and benefits. You can tell where the money goes. The further we get away from that and make adjustments, I worry. Again, if all of our districts are seeing declining enrollment and we redistribute dollars based on prior year enrollment, I don't know if that gets us anywhere. As someone intimately involved in budgeting for the district, I mean, I go back to the People-Centered Funding Plan where the money's supposed to follow the student. We do consider actual enrollment in terms of allocating base dollars and funding teacher positions. And so I just don't know how this would work when funding decouples from actual enrollment. So I'm just outlining my concerns as I think about it and what the real world implications would be. I mean, I guess if we smooth out funding changes based on the declining enrollment, I get the principle that it gives us more time to adjust our budgets and make the very difficult budget choices we have to make. And that's helpful. I just worry, does it delay the critical decisions, though, that you have to make in the face of declining enrollment? So I guess as I've thought about solutions long and hard, I thought about, Chair Hobbs, some kind of bridge funding from the state, like a loan program or something using state general fund dollars where there were strings attached, so that if we're delaying the distribution of funds to growing districts and using that to soften the blow for districts with falling enrollment, and Washoe has falling enrollment, make no mistake, but if we're reallocating dollars, I feel like at least with some bridge financing, there might be strings attached to require districts to adjust their staffing for the realities of declining enrollment and to make other changes. And so again, I don't have solutions, Chair Hobbs, but I worry about overly complicating the allocation of monies, veering off from funding following the student, and delaying important decisions that just as you manage a much bigger budget than I did, but you can't not address funding challenges. So I'm just struggling with the concepts here, and I just don't want us to do more harm than good in any of these options. I feel like I need more time to think it through, but that's just my perspective.
No, I appreciate everything you just said, Mark, because I struggle with the same things over and over again and have for the past 5+ years every time we talk about hold harmless after going through a process of identifying a better way of, capturing data and taking inference from the data and then allocating funds in accordance with it. If it upsets prior funding, it's a bad thing for a district having to make an adjustment. So I think I've become a little bit conditioned to why we have it. I think that, in all of those cases, we need to work out of positions of hold harmless. Otherwise, nothing ever changes, and you're institutionalizing what you did before for all future years. I completely share that concern with you. But the first part of what you said is also true. We have a condition in front of us right now where we have certain districts that are facing significant problems, and part of it is because of declining enrollment, and part of it may be because of other decisions that were made. And that's something else that ends up in the back of your mind. I think first of all, we need to have a better understanding of where we expect enrollment to be going over the next 5 to 10 years. It seems like in some people's eyes, this sort of snuck up on everybody, the declining enrollment, but I can't imagine that that's the case, right? And so I think having a good forward look at where we expect the demographic trends to be going, so that can inform part of this decision making, because I would share the concern with you that, again, if you keep referring back to prior years that aren't a reflection of current conditions, you're institutionalizing old stuff. And you also mentioned that there should be a time period, and maybe it does need to be extended for an extra year to make difficult staffing decisions. Not forever, right? And so, in my mind, I'm looking at these options that were presented and wondering if they need to be in place forever and for all time, or just under certain conditions until, a district could right size its spending, and how to go about doing that. So I don't know that I added any clarity to what you threw out there, but we do have an imminent issue to deal with. That's a fact. And we want to do it in such a way that we don't undermine the intent of the People-Centered Funding Plan. Completely agree with you there. So that's where we are. Other comments and thoughts?
This is Member Stolke. I just had a comment. I do agree with Mark that we are trying to follow the student, but I think as a state, we have other issues as well, where we do want the funding to follow and make sure that we're actively keeping that impact. But we have the variable of declining enrollment, and that is predictable. But on top of that, when, like Ray said, the majority of our funding is going to staffing and contracts that are signed at the beginning of the year, and we're already in the lowest in the nation when it comes to public education funding. We have 2 hits to us there. So we're not only facing the declining enrollment, but we also have the fact that we're not funded enough to begin with, and then facing that hit as well.
No, that's a very good point. I mean, a lot of these things that we talk about wouldn't be as big and significant of an issue with us if we were fully funded. I mean, that part's clear, because, with the current levels of funding, any change from year to year could, certainly create upsetting circumstances for a district. And that's, we get that part. But did you have a comment? I saw your hand move. It was your coffee.
It was the coffee.
Okay. So let's go ahead and put the 3 options back up and talk through those. And it seems from the way the discussion was laid out that scenario 1, probably not. scenario 2 or 3 is kind of where the discussion is, but all of that within the context of what's already been discussed. This doesn't mean we have to pick one of those right now, but we will need to get closure on this as sooner than later. Yeah.
So we don't need, that helpful to hear you say that we don't need closure on this now. What is our legislative obligation on this topic?
Well, that would be a good thing to revisit. Melissa or Bo, could you give us the exact wording of our charge in this area? And while she's looking for that, I'll just remind everybody that we have those things that have been specifically given to us to do. And we also have the generic charge to us to do anything to improve the implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan. So if there isn't a specific one, it might fit under the latter, but I go back to you, Melissa, for clarity on that.
Melissa Willis for the record. Thank you, Chair Hobbs. This kind of falls under 3 tasks with related to enrollment trends. And so review the current procedures regarding how and when pupil counts are pulled to utilize in determining funding allocations. Currently, quarterly average and daily counts are used to determine adjusted base payments, whereas a single count of eligible students is used for weighted funding and collected annually. Research and review is warranted to understand the impacts and the differences in the timing and the fluctuation. Recommendations may be forthcoming. Another ask specifically was enrollment.
Melissa, Melissa, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I guess I just did. So on that first point that you raised, is there any action that we could consider to address that particular point that was raised in the presentation? And I think there was something early on in the presentation about that computation.
Yes, just that while they're different between adjusted base and the weighted funding counts, there's fluctuation. I guess the commission has the ability to make a recommendation on, review of the counts used to meet the needs of the plan and our LEAs. So I think this ties back to improving the pupil-centered funding plan. And then also looking at, is a quarterly update working for our LEAs? And does that provide stability in that system for them? And that's actually tied to one of the other asks.
In item 8, agenda item 8. Okay. And again, I just wanted to see if we have multiple parts or multiple tasks that fall under this category, if there are parts of those that we may be able to peel off, focus on, and address as we try to move through this.
I think for agenda item 7, the work group was specifically focused, and Ms. Stockey, correct me if I was wrong, specifically focused on enrollment counts related to adjusted base. So I think that was the focus of this piece of the presentation and for the working group. And with that is the current hold harmless of 95% combined with the quarterly update and therefore the quarterly true-up process and the quarterly adjustments to the LEA's payments working in the best interest of students and the districts and charter schools we serve.
Okay, well, I interrupted you, but I'll let you go on here with the rest of the answer to Member Mather's question.
The other specific ask that we have related to NRS 387-12463 and 387-1223 was to review and evaluate the enrollment trends related to declining enrollment and budgetary impacts.
Well, that's directly on point.
And then the third, enrollment trends related to charter school trends. Historically, charter schools have been increasing in enrollment, but recently that increase has declined. And we're seeing similar trends that we are on the district side, although not to the extreme. So charter school analysis, as enrollment increases and has shifted from districts, how does that affect the optimal funding, equity-related issues, and the future of public education? And this team hasn't quite dove into the full extent of that item yet.
Okay. Appreciate that, Member Casey.
Member Casey, for the record. Thank you, Chair Hobbs. I would like to piggyback Mark a little bit because I think his points are very valid, and bring up a couple other points. Number one, on the weighted funding side, we've been having discussions on how to incorporate potentially the current year October 1 count because of some of the problems with funding only on historical, last year's October 1 count. And so I think we need to be careful on, if we're moving one needle forward, including enrollment counts, and then moving another one backwards, I feel like those should probably be consistent. So maybe we can't necessarily separate those two. The other point is, and Mark brings this up a lot about reporting. Are we reporting on funded population counts or reporting on actual population counts in any given year? And, to that point of complicating the model further by going back multiple years, that could become an issue on how we report. And I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm a little hesitant to try to make a decision here. I'm not so sure there might not be an area of tweaking the current system on how we're currently doing the hold harmless with the quarterly true ups and the quarter over quarter hold harmless. So, Q1 of this year over Q1 of last year hold harmless, and how those mechanisms work. It's a little complicated, and in my feeling, a little, it could use some improvement that maybe could alleviate some of the pain we're seeing without overhauling it and going backwards to some sort of prior year averages or something like that. I do think there's an opportunity to simply improve what we have, maybe until we have more information on in a future biennium. So those would be my comments. Thank you.
Member Dayhoff, for the record, I just, to forgive the pun, weigh in here slightly. I wonder, Member Stalkey, thinking about your comments here, those are continuing to resonate with me as we talk about current year ADE, because when I think about students, and I think about the experience of the student in the classroom, making a current year adjustment based on ADE, particularly, I would imagine in a smaller district, could have immediate instructional implications on the student mid-course throughout the school year, or at least strain a district who's already said we have that third grade teacher for this year, whatever that could be. And so recognizing that I don't necessarily, and I concur with Member Mathers and Member Casey too, I think we would be remiss to not consider the risk of potentially kicking a can down the road, and at what cost, particularly given the foundation, the potential cost to the foundation. However, again, when I think about students and what the goal here is to serve students in schools, providing them the stability to know that they have, for the year that they're in, what they have, could go well in serving the students and reaching the outcomes that the funding is tending to.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gathering a couple of things here. One, that there's some discomfort with acting on the three scenarios that were provided to us today. Is that where some of you are? I see one head shaking, another head shaking.
There's a hand up too. I see that.
Member King.
So part of what I am thinking about is the fact that the funding, the PCFP is fairly new. And we're kind of going through the growing pains and trying to adjust where needed. This seems that it's one of those instances, along with the other, tasks that we're tasked with regard to funding, is it's almost like we have to take a look at what this foundation is, what the base is, and there are and probably should be some right sizing of that base, because perhaps it's not what it needs to be, and there may need to be adjustments. And the adjustments that are required or should be needed, we have to think about stability. And that's the whole point of trying to adjust what enrollment looks like, is to be able to stabilize what the funding looks like for our students. And the stability of that, it points to what Justin mentioned with the fact that if you're making these current year quarter 1, quarter 2 adjustments within the same school year, as I understand it, then you are affecting the student at that point in time, as opposed to looking back and averaging it out. You're not making those adjustments immediately in the year that the enrollment numbers are declining. You're averaging that out. And so obviously the adjustment is going to fall behind, as opposed to immediately in the year that we're adjusting the funding. So I know I'm rambling just because I'm just trying to understand how this works, but the first thing that just comes to mind is, how do we stabilize the funding so that we're not affecting the students in the current year? And to me, the stabilization of that funding comes with looking at over an average or some period of time and making an adjustments at that point. And because these scenarios are costing additional monies, obviously it's taking from the base, but I think it's something we have to consider is, yes, we probably do need to take a look at how does this base need to be, I don't know if right size is the right word, but how do we right size the base in relation to all the other funding sources that we're using PCFP to fund? So those are just my comments, but I think it's important that we definitely take a look at and figure out how do we stabilize the funding as opposed to kicking the can.
Mark, I see your hand up, but I wanted to ask something before I forget about it, if you don't mind. So if we were to make one of these recommendations today, let's say scenario 2 or scenario 3, that wouldn't actually go into effect in the formula until when, Melissa?
The earliest would be upon approval of the next biennium budget, because this also would require something in our BDR. I think there'd be some NRS changes, but so that would be, at the end of the next biennium, fiscal year 28-29.
And I bring that point up because the current situations that we're dealing with, the known crises, if you will, in 1 or 2 of our districts, this wouldn't positively affect them for a couple more years. And those adjustments are going to have to be made between now and then within the budgets that they have. And it seems to me that we're trying to apply the salve here a couple of years after it's needed. And I think that goes to the point that, Mark brought up earlier. I talked a little bit about it too, that, you want to be very judicious about adding things to the pupil-centered funding plan formula that then become part of it over time, that institutionalize old practices. So I don't see that this necessarily provides any immediate relief for those current issues that are going on in a couple of those districts. Now, obviously, I think at the same time, we need to be mindful of where we expect the enrollment trends to be going on a statewide basis and district by district. And, those districts need to plan accordingly. I think that's a huge part of this is, them having, they're checking the wind ahead of time so they don't put themselves in positions where they have costs that become, I don't know, quasi-fixed over the course of a school year. I think that's a huge part of this. And I don't know that that's really for us to, make a recommendation on or try to legislate in some fashion, because that's local decision making. So I throw that out there because, again, I'm not sure what this would accomplish to deal with any of the current crises. Mark, back to you.
Chair Hobbs, I agree with you. I think you're spot on. A couple things. One, on the chart in front of us, I think I'm reading this right. It shows that the current enrollment count is 457,000. If we use scenario 1, that's going to artificially pump up the enrollment we use to make funding allocations to 462. So it's a 1.1% increase in enrollment. But then if you go down to the slide, the wording on the slide at the bottom, you can see we're just going to redistribute dollars so that the base per pupil amount goes down by a like amount. So the enrollment used goes up 1.1%, but the per pupil number goes down 1%. I don't think you come out overall anywhere different, and you can see the same relationships and percentages up and down for scenarios 2 and 3. So I go back to the comment, if we're all losing enrollment, which most of us are, I don't know that these approaches really do work. I guess one thing, but responding to Member King's point, which I think is a good one about stability, it feels to me that you're right. Making mid-year changes is very hard. We actually do it in Washoe, but it's stressful, and there's real issues in doing it in terms of the effect on students. So we're very mindful of that. I'll go back to 10 years ago. They used one day, count day, to establish funding for school districts. So maybe the solution is to go back to, for both base and weighted, we're going to use one count day in the current year and synchronize up the approaches for base and weighted to be the current year, but use that one day. I mean, that's what occurs to me when I heard, Member King, your question. Maybe ultimately that's a recommendation of the commission to align approaches and get away from the historical approach used for weighted, but maintain a current year approach for base, if that makes sense. I could make comments. I think for those who've budgeted, and I know Member King, Member Hobbs have, this is why you need a decent fund balance to ride out kind of a little bit of volatility. And again, I go back to, I think it was Chair Hobbs making the point, you do have to be mindful of enrollment. You do have to project enrollment. And so I know for at least one district with financial issues, they never adjusted staffing despite years of declining enrollment. Well, you can't do that. And so you're right. We can't legislate that, Chair Hobbs, but if you're a district and you're not doing that, if you're not paying attention to enrollment trends, it doesn't matter what we do here. You're going to have a problem. But anyhow, I throw out the count day concept back to the future, maybe as a possible solution to stabilize yet keep things current.
To that point, and I see your hand, Member Casey, would ask Michaela and the others to add that to the scenarios.
Yep, I added that to the scenarios for
And, you know,
the next
let's,
week.
I think we're going to be moving to bringing this item back at the next meeting, obviously. But I think that additional scenario needs to be tested. Member Casey?
Member Casey, for the record, Mark, quick clarification under that scenario, if they're going to bring it back, there would no longer be a year-end true-up, right? You would have a true-up right after that quarter one count day, let's say, you know, how it happens now, November 1st or whatever. And then that would be the funding. There would be no year-end true-up for either weights or adjusted base, right?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's a great one to model. This question real quick, Chair Hobbs, this is for NDE. How it's currently being done with the quarterly true-ups and the quarter-over-quarter hold harmless, is that in legislation or is that more in the business rules of how NDE is doing those payments? So in other words, is there some wiggle room in there for NDE to adjust a few of those things, how they're currently doing it?
Melissa Willis, NDE for the record. That is currently in legislation. So it calls for us to update quarterly based on ADE counts. And then we have
And does
the
that
trend
include, okay, and does that include the hold harmless that's quarter over the prior year's hold harmless and that 5% rule?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Member King, and then we'll try to bring this part of the presentation to conclusion. You asked for discussion. Michaela, you got it.
So I'm a little curious in understanding why was the adjustment for enrollment, why did it change from that one-day count to what we're using today? Was there, I guess I'm trying to understand the rationale behind it. Was there a reason of not using it? And are we making, I like the idea, but I just don't know if we would be kind of making a mistake of going back as opposed to moving forward. So I'm just curious to know if anyone knows really the history behind why we moved from that one-day count.
This predates my time as CFO of the school district, but I did work at the state at the time the change was made. And I think it was a concern, twofold maybe, a concern about the accuracy of just using one single day, right?
Yeah.
And then secondly, for districts that were growing at the time, right, to use a day in October, I think it was, right, would not account for growth, you know, in migration of students that a district might see, where they might want to add teacher allocations. I don't know that that's really an issue any longer, but I'm thinking both those factors may have come into play when they made the change.
Yeah.
Mark, I remember those discussions as well, and that's exactly what was being discussed, that a single point in time, particularly in a growing enrollment environment, did disservice in some of the districts. And that's pretty much it, Member King.
Okay. All right. And you know, just, you know, for future, I wouldn't want us to have this discussion, you know, 10 years, 5 years, how many years it may be, when growth does start to happen. And then we're looking at changing this again, and then it goes back and forth. So I would just, again, we have to, I think, be cautious and err on the side of stability, however that may look. But I do like the idea, if we're doing it on a one-day count, there's no year-end true-up, so we eliminate, you know, any adjustments to, you know, the classrooms or teachers or kids. But I just don't want to be in the same situation when growth does start happening again. Now all of a sudden we're looking at, oh, we need to change it to adjust for that situation. Thank you.
I can tell you this, you can rest assured that if enrollment trends start to grow again, that will be a point of discussion at some point in the future, for the same reasons it was before. So I think maybe we should be thinking about this as sort of a two-pronged decision. You know, one, possibly moving to the single count day, but also having some discussion at a later time about having an alternative if things were to move in a different direction, some kind of trigger mechanism. But that's not something we have to do right at the moment. Analysis of what a one-day count would do prior to showing what the preference is on the part of this commission.
Sure. Member Stalkey, I think we do, and I would be curious to see, as we know within the quarters that usually the fluctuation between quarter one and quarter two, I'd be interested to see it based on maybe the first two quarters.
Good enough for me. Go ahead.
Thank you, Victor Wakefield, for the record. So 2 comments. And the first on the historical perspective on the shift to the average attendance versus the count day. I don't have as detailed or deep memory of those discussions, but I would also suggest we consider, have there been broader education policy changes in our state, proliferation of choice, charter schools, open enrollment, that might really cause us to just make sure we have a good systems analysis. I wouldn't want to see us put something in place that may have worked a decade ago that actually would create a lot of unintended challenges and problems for the state related to a single count day. So just a point on the analysis probably necessary to figure out if that would make sense. And then the second thing is I'm trying to learn as much as I can about the work of the commission, and I'm trying to connect dots, and I don't want to connect the wrong dots. When I look at scenarios 3 and 4, the text is really small. Scenario 3, for example, is it implicit in there that would also replace any need to have a hold harmless provision, because that bakes in that? Okay, that wasn't stated at any time in the conversation, so I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't over dialing on that piece. Okay.
Yes. So Michaela talking for the record. It says in the key takeaways, we talk about the need then for declining enrollments. It would get declining LEAs. It would get rid of the hold harmless enrollment. Yeah, I believe it is bullet point 3.
No, thanks for the additional clarification. So it's clear that this item will be coming back to us with the addition of a review of the impacts of I don't want to say going back, but moving to a single count day. And hopefully that will enable us on the next agenda to act on this and move this along. Mark, you said something earlier, and I didn't want to leave it hanging. For those that are currently experiencing difficulties because of declining enrollment, more so perhaps than other districts, the notion of doing something like a interagency loan from the state to a district, that is so uncertain as to what the source would be and what the authorization would be, and that wouldn't be available in all likelihood until after the next legislative session. I'm just guessing that that's not something we can just up and do, but I don't know the answer to that. So I'm not, I guess the point there is, I don't know that there is some kind of magic cure out there that would provide, some additional funding on a temporary basis. Okay, so let's continue with the second part of the presentation. I'm not sure if we're on agenda item 7 or 8 at this point, kind of moving between them.
I think this moves us to agenda item 8, but Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong.
I would concur.
Great. So this one is talking about the weighted funding student counts, and to Commission Member Mather's point, this may not be a place where we'd want to be comfortable moving forward, because he'd mentioned also aligning this with that 1-year count. So these scenarios are similar to our base enrollment, and so we may want to have some discussion on it, but know that people may not feel comfortable moving forward. So this section has two parts. We have the weighted student count, and we're going to look at the year-to-year volatility of eligible student counts versus funded counts. And then we will model the additional weighted student count scenarios. From there, I will pass it on to Justin, and Justin will talk about the weighted approaches. He'll walk through the overlap in student groups, as well as the overlap in services provided, and then the different potential impacts of providing different weighted approaches. Next slide. And so we'll start first by talking about the comparison of the year-to-year funded versus eligible student counts. So if you look at the next slide at this table, you can see that between funded, if you look at this top, it says at-risk funded, EL funded, and then at-risk eligible, EL eligible. We see very similar trends between the two. It's not as though one trend is different than the other. In the very light blue at the top, so your top one increase shows the increase or no change across all 3 years. You can see that there's 1 or 2 districts that see some change or an increase in those student counts, both across funded as well as eligible. When you look at the decrease, so that darker one, which is the decrease or no change across LEAs, you can see here that at-risk funded, there's about 1 district that has that change. You don't see anything in eligibility, and then in EL, it's 1 to 3 across funded or eligible. However, the biggest fluctuation is if they fluctuate across the year. So in some years, that's saying that there is an increase, some years that there's a decrease, and we're just seeing that trade-off go year to year. And that is majority of the districts, both when we look at risk and ELL, and both when we look across funded or eligible. So really that's showing to us that there is tons of fluctuation that districts are facing when it comes to these counts, whether or not it's eligibility or if they're funded. So next slide. So we had 3 different scenarios that we wanted to walk through. And so modeling those scenarios, scenario 1 is trying to create a predicted current year based on prior year trends. We'll dig into this more on the next slide, but really that's looking at predicting current year using a growth factor based off prior year growth. Scenario 2 is looking at that 2-year average and looking at those 2 years being your prior year and then 2 years prior. And then scenario 3 is the greater of the prior year and the 2-year average. Justin, if you go to the next slide. Okay, so for scenario 1, which is again predicting the current year based on prior year trends, and what that really is doing is it's saying in the prior years, what is the growth trajectory of these districts, and then will that predict what would happen in the current year. The study team recommends not pursuing this option further because it has extreme volatility, because growth isn't very linear across the districts in Nevada, and it's a poor fit of the predicted current year values. It works well when you look at it at a statewide lens, but if you started to analyze it on a district to district, we see inaccurate predictability. And what that can lead to is both the overfunding and the underfunding of districts at a greater scale compared to using any of the other 2 scenarios. It is helpful because, again, it's taking away that current year, so it is helping align funding with spending without a payment timing issue. Next scenario. Scenario 2 is looking at that 2-year average, looking at the prior year and the 2 years prior. Very similar pros and cons, as I mentioned, but when we were talking about the base. This provides a softer landing for LEAs with declining enrollment. It has increased stability for both LEAs and the state by using prior year data, and it doesn't have the administrative burden and payment timing issues that we talked about. The downfall is these growing districts will be funded on fewer students than if only using the prior year, and it does not include current year student counts, which are very beneficial for growing LEAs. Next slide. And this is scenario 3. It's really the greater of the prior year and the 2-year average. And so it's really the difference between what we're doing now and scenario 2, choosing the better of. Again, this impacts both the growing, declining, and fluctuating LEAs by allowing some more advantageous student counts of the two choices. But it is the most costly for the system because it does result in the highest count of students, both for funded and eligible. On the next slide, we run this looking at the different weighted categories. So you have EL, you have at risk, and you have GATE. And we're looking at what are those impacts on those categories. For EL, it would really lead to a similar count between current approach and scenario 3. There's not a big change difference. However, in scenario 2, you see a 1.9% decrease. It's important to note that these are all rolled up to the state level. This could, and we'll look at the next slide when we get there, but it is advantageous for districts. They don't quite see that same type of fluctuation. Their fluctuations can be much higher or lower. At risk, that is our biggest one. It goes up from about 9% to 11% between scenarios 2 and scenario 3. And then GATE has a very similar trajectory of student enrollment counts as EL. If the funding allocation and weights were fixed, so if there was no additional funding that was placed into the system, it would lead to a base reduction of less than 0.5 in any of these scenarios, in scenario 2 or scenario 3. If the base funding was fixed and it had to be a reduction to each of the weights without rethinking how to redo weights, this could reduce a per funded AR at-risk weight by about 8 to 10%. So just flagging how that kind of plays out. Next slide. So on the slide, you can see there is variation in what it does to each of the weighted categories by LEA. So scenario 2 has much more volatility between EL and GATE than if you looked at scenario 3 for each individual LEA, as well as with at risk. We see with scenario 3, you get that stability where most districts would be seeing that increase in the at-risk count, where in scenario 2, there's that fluctuation between decrease and increase in their student counts. And then next slide. Our big takeaways when we look at this, again, are very similar to the base cost, the base student one that we just spoke about in the earlier presentation. But this does provide a softer landing for LEAs with declining enrollment and has less positive impact for LEAs with growing. But the using of the better of approach does help districts with that growing population. It also, the additional count scenarios address the count volatility and then provide the predictability for the state using prior year data. And as we've pointed out and talked about in prior meetings, there is a lot of volatility that occurs, especially with these weighted counts year to year. And then similar year-to-year volatility for eligible student counts as seen for funded student counts. So there isn't, no scenario fixes one better than the other. They're both very similar across both funded and eligible. And so the next slide is just to provide discussion for you all on this and the similarity between the two other concepts.
Comments, questions, direction from the commission? Is this another one where we might want to get clarity on the deliverable?
Yeah, I was just gonna, thank you, Chair Hobbs. I think this falls for me. This is one of my working group that I'm honored to be a part of. Thank you, Justin, Dusty, and Ryan, who've been journeying this horse and carriage with me. I think this was in direct response to pain that we heard expressed around the volatility of the funding. And we heard it from individual districts, seem to have disproportionate intensity of pain to smaller districts. So this was under the banner of ours is to constantly tweak and refine methodology to make things better. So that's what this first one is designed to do. So I'll let the group decide what they want to do. Or I also heard today that there may be an additional scenario, and that's just to use the count day in the current year. Would that also apply to this?
Well, that's one of the things I was wondering about too, is whether or not that's an additional scenario that would be applied or could be or should be applied here. Or does it need to be?
Member Deha, for the record, for what it's worth, to think out loud a little bit in response to that question, my gut response here was to just default a little bit back to, yes, I think the count day approach here would also work. I would be remiss, I don't necessarily know that this changes my arrival at that, but we might want to consider that these groups in particular may be more likely to be absent or to not be registered at that point in the school year than other student groups. I don't know that that's the case. To the extent that that were, though, we might be systematically biasing the count down by doing that. Like I said, I don't know that that's the case, but I would just want to raise that.
Other comments, direction?
Chair Hobbs, could I add a comment?
Sure.
Sorry to be joining you all from the road now with the change. So I did want to highlight that at the last commission meeting, we did provide 3 scenarios that were using the current year information, and naming that student counts are always on October 1, the weighted student count information. So they're already collected at a single point in time. Some of the challenges we were hearing about at the last commission meeting related to using current year was that a lot around the timing of payment. If you have an October 1 count, you're really not having audited data that can be paid on until much later in the year. I think, Melissa, you might be able to speak to this better than me, but it was something like February. And going again to a single year of count for weighted student groups introduced a lot of volatility and was going to make it difficult for districts planning to do their budgeting in March when the count on the weighted student groups that changes significantly in districts from year to year doesn't happen till October and is then not kind of audited until a later date. So just want to refer folks to maybe review the presentation materials that we had at the last time for a little more insight to what does this look like to shift to current year.
Well, thank you for that. Mark, you had your hand up and then you didn't. So wanted to give you the floor.
Thanks. I was going to second or what have you, the need to look at this current year count day number. If that analysis was already provided, then I guess we could refer to that. Maybe it's all there for us to just review, but maybe it could be incorporated in the next meeting and just, set up side by side with the other analysis we're looking at today. I think going back to this count day, the historical count day, I think it might have been the case historically that the state looked at attendance, not enrollment. And so I would want to be clear, we are looking at enrollment on count day. And I think that at least partly addresses Commissioner Dehoff's concern. If we were looking at attendance, I'd be similarly very concerned about numbers being depressed, for example, for at-risk. But if it's enrollment like we do now, I think we probably would be okay. Anyhow, that's what I would contribute. But I would like to, again, I think if we could align approaches, there is value to that.
No, appreciate that. And I want to go back to Member Mather from the working group. Did the working group have a specific, and I have to be careful about how I word this stuff, right? Would the information provided by the working group have led the working group to make a recommendation to the commission?
No, because we would never do anything that would run us afoul of the open meeting law.
Exactly. However,
no, because we would never do anything that would cause us to run afoul.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I look at the operators. I'm not an operator, so Justin, Dusty, and Ryan's not here, but they've run it through, and if you've got a recommendation based on your expertise, great. I have no expertise, therefore no recommendation.
Well, short of something that could mutate into a recommendation by way of the material provided by the working group, it would appear that we'll also be bringing this item back, and hopefully with the ability and intent of being able to move on it at the next meeting, because we're going to start stacking these up. And I'm sure that, every one of them, given the diligent nature of this commission, will probably require more information. But let's bring that back at the next meeting with the hope of being able to then take an action. Does that work for everybody? Okay. Are we still on agenda item number 8? I've kind of lost track.
Yes.
Because I think Justin's there and he's there for a reason, so. Let me ask the commission this too. I recognize that it's 1 o'clock and that we had a rather lengthy delay earlier in the day to get to this point. Does anybody want or need a 5 to 10 minute break? How about 10? Well, let's make it let's reconvene at 1:15 as promptly as we can, because we still have a couple of items to deal with. I don't mean to make you hang there, Justin. We got you to the point of where we're all really excited to hear from you, but I saw a couple people, kind of wriggling around in their chairs. So let's come back at 1:15. Well, we're ready to go here when everybody else is up online. There's Justin eager to get at it. I want to make sure we have our, there they are. Waiting for Cassandra and Dusty.
Apologies, I'm here.
No, no worries, no worries. We're in a legislative building, so when I throw out a time, it really doesn't mean anything. Okay, so we'll go ahead and reconvene. And we left off with Justin to work us through the rest of agenda item number 8, stacking of weights.
Great. Thank you, Chair Hobbs. Justin Silverstein for the record. Yeah, we're going to turn from how we count students to, with some of those students that we're counting, how do we fund them? And really think through this idea of stacked weights or providing multiple weights for students who are eligible in multiple categories. And so kind of the why should you consider stacked weights? You know, currently, again, students are only, they are eligible for services in more than one category, but they only receive funding for, they only receive their highest weight or funding amount. And when we think about that, there are definitely places where there's overlaps in services, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. But we also know, especially with individualized education programs or IEPs, that those are very specific interventions and programs for students that don't overlap as much with at-risk or EL students. And so we'll walk through kind of where there's overlap and where there isn't as we go through. To use overlap in a couple different ways, we're going to start with actually the overlap of eligibility of students. So where do students sit? When we look at all students who are receiving a student weight, and so that's again, special education, English learner, or at risk, or gifted, they are 72% of students are eligible for 1 weight. 25% of students are eligible for 2 weights, and 3% of students are eligible for 3 weights. And so again, that, you know, majority of students are only eligible for that single weight. When we look at the overlap, we have GATE out here to the side. There's very little overlap, only about 0.5% overlap with GATE students in other categories. And so we kind of put that over to the side. But when we look at the 3 main eligibility categories, we see special education, English learners, and at risk. We have about 4% of students who are special education and English learners, 7% of students who are special education and at risk. More overlap between English learners and at risk. About 14% of students are both English learners and at risk students. And then 3% of students are special education, English learners, and at risk when you think of the overall pot here. And so then how does that kind of trickle down with funding and eligibility? So the first category here, every single student who's eligible for special education receiving their special education weight. We then have 19% of students, and that's in this green bar, in the green at the top of this column, 19% of students who are eligible for English as English learners are not receiving the English learner funding. They are receiving that special education funding. But 81% of English learners are receiving their funding because they're not eligible for special ed. 53% of at-risk students are receiving who are eligible as at-risk are receiving that funding, and 47% are not, and that would be because they're either receiving special education funding or English learner funding. And then again with GATE, it was that smaller percent, 9% are not receiving the funding, and 91% are. So some of the key takeaways here, it's again, about 28% of weighted students are eligible in more than one category, or eligible for more than 1 weight. There's that minimal overlap between GATE and the other categories. Large overlap between EL and at-risk. So there's about 25,000 students who are eligible for both. And then 7% who are eligible both for IEP and at-risk. And that biggest impact of overlapping categories really impacts the number of at-risk students, because that's the third piece in as we waterfall down. And we'll see those in the numbers here in a little bit. So one of the things you want to think about as you think about funding and the stacking of weights is, really, are there overlapping services that would be provided if you provided the same, multiple weights for the same student? And the thing we would start with is that with special ed and IEPs, we really don't think there's a lot of overlap. These are very specifically designed for students. They're about instruction. They talk, they have related services in here. So you might be talking speech path or physical therapy, rehabilitation services. You might be talking about some other adjustments needed for students, including some sorts of technology, but they are very specific to individual IEPs. But when you think about the overlap in services between English learners and at risk, we find more common areas. And so on the next two slides, we're going to look at the allowable uses of the funds in the PCFP, first for EL and then for at risk. And what you'll see is the list here, and I won't read those, but what you'll see on the right are these X's where we think there's potential overlap in the allowable uses. So you can use either for pre-kindergarten. You can use it for, we think, for reading skills. We could also look at summer school or extended day. So this is the list for EL. Similarly, you kind of flip it when you then look at risk. Again, pre-kindergarten, summer academies. One here is the instructional learning opportunities at other times of day, so extended day. And then again, the reading skills center. So some places where you could see overlap and you wouldn't necessarily want to fund that twice if you think through stacked weights. We also dug a little bit into some of the original work that was done ahead of the PCFP. We did an evidence-based approach back in 2018. We also then did the professional judgment approach. When you look at the evidence-based approach, they have almost complete overlap in kind of the common services between at-risk and EL, very similar to what we just looked at, extended day, summer school, pupil, support staff. So anything you see in bold is this overlap in the two buckets. What really stands out differentially in the on this slide is that clearly the ESL teachers would only be in the English language learner bucket. When you expand that with the professional judgment approach, they had a little bit broader view of the different services. The overlap still, again, is extended day and summer school. What is different between the two for at-risk is interventionists, some pupil support services, school resource officers, attendance administration, and some other kind of supplies and materials. And then for EL, ESL, instructional coaches, aides, supplies and materials. What you really see here is when the professional judgment panels were building their resources, they focused on what was really needed to get those English learners up to their language proficiency, and anything more closely related to being behind academically was kind of kept in that at-risk funding bucket. So that's just kind of the difference between those two approaches. So that gets us to some of the the takeaways. Again, I think big takeaway, we've now I think said it 3 times, IEPs much more specific, less overlap with at-risk and EL. There is some of that overlap, most specifically in summer school, other extended learning opportunities, preschool, between at-risk and EL. And that is that's in the current allowable. And those overlaps are similar to what we saw in overlap in the studies back in 2018. So we then can think through, again, I think we'd like to bring you a couple different scenarios on each of these decks that we've gone through. We want to talk about 2 different scenarios when you think about these stacked weights. So the first on the left here is just reminding current approach. Each student gets their highest weight. The first scenario we're going to look at is that you would get special ed and your next highest weight. So if you're a special education student and something else, you get your next highest weight. And you'll see, though, if you are not a special education student, you would only get the highest weight. And I'll walk through that. And then 2 is you would receive the weight for every category you're eligible for. And so we have a fun chart here that tries to lay that out. On the left is what what the state currently does. So you only get your highest weight. So if you're an IEP student in any way, you only get IEP or special education funding. If you aren't a special education student and you're an EL student plus anything else, you're only getting your EL, and then it goes down to at-risk, and then it goes to GATE. The first scenario, the special education plus the highest weight, what you'll see here is on the bottom half of the chart, it looks the same. So if you are EL and at-risk, you're still just getting EL. Same thing with your at-risk and GATE, you're just getting at-risk. But up top, we're trying to really recognize the fact that we think those special education services and the services for either EL or at-risk or GATE are very separate. And so you would receive up to 2 weights if you're a special education student. And then the fully stacked simply adds that you, again, would receive any weight in which you're eligible. So up top, you could have up to 3, up to 3 weights with your special education. What you're seeing here on the gifted side is really that we don't see the overlap to the other categories. And so that's why you only see that happening in just those 2 buckets there. So what are some of the pros and cons of allowing for more weight? I think, the biggest pro really is recognizing that there are services that are being provided to students who are eligible. And so, the services are being provided even if there isn't the funding that's going with those students. When we look at other states, almost all states provide some level of stacked funding. And so at least that kind of special education plus an additional weight. So, Nevada is kind of a little bit of an outlier within a student-centered formula to not have some level of stacked weights. What are the cons? We've shown this on a number of other slides. If you have fixed appropriations and you change the weighting, you're either going to need to lower the weights or the base, right? You have to get to those additional weights somehow. And with especially at-risk and EL, there's likely some overlap of services that would be provided. So providing both total weights for EL and at-risk likely, provide some funding for services that would overlap. And right now, it's just difficult for us to estimate the impact on GATE if there's changes in the availability of funding. So the math, the numbers slide. So what we did here is we took each of the approaches and we're taking a look first at what's the change in count for each of EL, at-risk, and GATE, clearly because special ed stays the same. So that the current highest only, there's about 56,000 EL students who are receiving funding. It goes up to almost 68,596 if you go to scenario 1. It's the same in scenario 2 simply because, again, your EL is the next highest weight, so all those students are getting qualified in either or funded either in scenario 1 or scenario 2. Where you see a bigger change is for at-risk. In scenario 1, you're adding about 13,000 additional students to the funding count. But in scenario 2, where you unpackage that EL and at-risk overlap that we showed early on, which was really high, you now are up to close to 96. You're at 95,000, about 500 students who would be eligible for at-risk. Again, GATE, a lot less students, a lot less movement here, but you'd add about 1,000 students going from current approach to scenario 2. So what does that mean for funding? So the top here shows what the additional cost would be, assuming that you added the students, didn't change the weight, didn't change the base. So in the current approach, you see where our funding amounts are. The total is $302 million. You would add about $55 million in either scenario 1 or 2 for EL, again, because we're getting all those students in. $43 million in scenario 1 for at-risk, but over $100 million more than that if you go to scenario 2. GATE, again, smaller amounts, just smaller totals, but you'd add about $1 million. But overall, you're adding between about $100 million and $200 million more dollars. So you're going from $300 million to about $400 million in scenario 1 or $500 million for the weights in scenario 2. And then if you said, okay, well, we're not going to change the weights, but we're instead going to, hold our funding constant and deflate the base amount, you're going to go down from about 90, from the 9,432, you would drop 4% going all the way down to scenario 2. So a little over 9,000. And you're about halfway between those two, a little bit more than that in scenario 1. And then the last piece is a little harder to, the math gets a little bit more complex. But what if you kept the base the same, kept total funding the same? What would you have to do with weights? And here, your EL weight would drop from 0.45 to 0.37 in either scenario. In scenario 1, your at-risk weight would drop to 0.28. In scenario 2, it would drop to 0.19. If you look at this $1,762 figure, and you think back a couple hours to when Amanda was presenting, this is kind of the effective amount of money you're putting out per eligible at-risk student today, right? Those numbers are the same. And that's really just all that's happening here. Again, we think there's some overlap in resources between EL and at-risk. So it could be that, if you accounted for that in this approach, you could move this at-risk weight up a little bit because you could, you would need to fund a little bit less into at-risk if you're going to be funding both. And then the gate weight drops minimally from 0.12 to 0.11 either way. So some of those big takeaways, we talked about going to a full stacked weights. You're talking about $200 million in additional funding, or that kind of decrease of the base amount by 4%, or those shifts in the weights where about 20% lower weight for EL, almost a 50% lower weight for at-risk, and about a 9% lower weight for gate. And then that's scenario 2. For scenario 1, so not the fully stacked weights, but the special ed plus your next highest weight, you're about half that when it comes to total funding. And that is the end of this slide deck. And Chair, we are ready for questions and discussion.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, a lot to unpack there. As we think about this, if I had a pen, I would have been writing questions down, so I have to go from memory here. But the part where we would potentially reduce weights, notwithstanding the fact that there might be some adjustment because of the overlap between EL and at-risk, for example, as a way of leveling out the funding, seems very, very odd to me. And I don't know how defensible something like that could possibly be, because we base the current weights on professional judgment about what those weights should be. And so if we're simply moving those around because we have a finite funding level and we have to keep things in balance, that would seem, and I don't know if it's just me, but that would seem to be a very odd way of getting there. From all of my discussions over the years with the CFOs, diminishing the base for the expense of the weights is not a direction that a lot of them would prefer, because they seem to prefer to have their resources be more fungible and manageable as conditions change over the course of the year. So that also seems rather difficult. Now, I think idealistically, all of us would like to see all of the weights be fully funded at the levels that they need to be to address the programmatic needs that would improve the outcomes for the kids. I don't think there's any question about that. So I think there's a certain practicality that we have to discuss here. And the more I've been thinking about this, and I think we said this a bit earlier today, that in a world where we were more fully funded, at our target levels, I don't know how much of a discussion this would necessarily be, but we aren't, and so it is. And so I'm just going to throw this out there to, start the debate or discussion, whatever we're going to have. It seemed to me that you could maybe achieve both things. You could support the notion of stacking or going to the next highest weight with some adjustment to that weight, attributable to the overlap. Again, if funding permitted and it didn't diminish the base, because the base is not funded at the level that most of the districts would like to see it be funded at. So is this something where you could be supportive of a particular approach, but have it triggered by a certain level of funding in the future? I'm just throwing that out there as a thought, because I think, again, we're all supportive of the notion. I think we're all supportive of the notion, but the inability to do that without creating another challenge for another subset of students is concerning to me. So again, I just throw that out to start the discussion. And Member Stalkey.
Member Stalkey, I just had a question about what other states are doing. Since we're the only state that is not stacking weights, are other states stacking because their allowabilities don't overlap, or is it more so for transparency that students are receiving all services, or is it adequate funding?
Justin Silverstein for the record. I think it kind of falls into those last two pieces you talked about. One, it's just trying to ensure that the services are both available and funded. So the PCFP does require the services to be available for students who are eligible. There just isn't always funding that follows for those specific services, depending where they are in the stream. And then, I would not want to say that, I think you as a state are ahead in trying to think through adequacy, actually, compared to a lot of other states. They do this. They aren't necessarily related to any sort of study and the optimal funding you all do. So you're ahead of the game on that. But just generally, they really are looking at, you've done the work, the services are somewhat different. And so they want to ensure that the funding is following the kids to have those services.
Member Mathers, and then Member Mather.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. So I'm supportive of kind of the concept you raised, Chair Hobbs. I think we have to start somewhere and do something, because when I look at that slide, Justin, that showed half of at-risk students having supports being funded, I mean, that's just wrong. Those are our most vulnerable students. And for us not to recommend some change, to me would be, it would be hard for me to kind of accept that. So I like that concept. Again, I think we have to start somewhere in addressing this big problem. This is also a reason for volatility of at-risk funding. As more students over the last year or two, more at-risk students got IEPs, it took funding away from one district I know of in particular down south. And that just, again, seems wrong to me. Justin, I guess or everyone, I would point out, I mean, you're right to point to the statutes in terms of services and consider what might be overlapping services. The problem with those statutory allowable, eligible activities is, I mean, frankly, that needs to be reformed, because if you notice on EL funding, it doesn't allow for reimbursement of EL teachers. Like, it never says that. There is a mechanism to get approval for that, but that's where the vast bulk of EL expenditures are used, I'm quite sure, for all of us. It's to fund EL teachers. And so, and that's not an overlap with at-risk interventions. So I just point that out. Again, I think hopefully maybe we can make a motion on one item today, and this would be it, that I think we do have to address the non-stacking issue, whether it's scenario 1 or 2, I could vote for either, but we got to start somewhere. If a trigger's not a bad idea so that we don't cannibalize funding, but I'd also be willing to vote for something without a trigger. I just think, again, you hear me loud and clear. I just think we need to do something. Thank you.
Member Mather and then Member King.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs. I'm just reflecting a minute on what Senators Woodhouse and Dennis had in mind as they launched this journey of 1,000 miles, and that was to modernize and contemporize a formula that was 54 years old or 53 years old, under the theory that today in the world in which we live, there are differential costs required to educate different kids. And so that's the basis of the weights. And so we got to stack them because that fundamental truth hasn't changed. Differential costs for different kind of kids. I feel as though because we're so accustomed to operating in a zero-sum scarcity environment, we start to negotiate against ourselves real fast. To take a penny from the weight itself makes me want to swear, like gosh darn, that kind of swear. Ooh. To take it out of base makes me want to go much stronger in my swear words. So this is one where I don't have the expertise in the operations to have a strong view. I think the whole journey that we've been on is to modernize a formula that acknowledges that there are differential costs for different kind of kids. That's what weights are. It is not possible to have an individual weight. The only reason that there's only the heaviest weight is because we were operating purely and exclusively in a zero-sum game. And that was the only reason that we are at the place that we are at. So we ought not to honor the starting place. I think the starting place is weight should be stacked because there's a different cost to educate different kids and to meet every student exactly where they are, period. We are in a zero-sum game, and so I do believe that we can't make an emphatic recommendation around this until we make some progress on the funding. And so if there's a way to incentivize or to motivate action to say, here's one of the things that being courageous enough to modernize our fiscal policy, one of the byproducts is that we will say to every student, we see you for exactly where you are, and we're going to meet you where you are with what you need. And I just feel like we need to be unapologetic and really clear about that.
You know, the notion of migrating to some form of stacking when you hit a particular trigger point, it does allow you to create, a tangible benefit for doing so, and also a tangible shortcoming if you fail to do so, right? Member King.
Thank you. I have a couple of just clarifying questions for myself. So when you noted professional judgment, is that the professional judgment of the educator or the district or the school?
Well, the current weights that we use, the decimals that you see were provided to us, correct me if I'm wrong, but by APA, based on professional judgment regarding what the needs are or thought to be here in Nevada.
Okay.
Chair, if you don't mind, Justin Silverstein for the record. Yeah, to the chair's point, a lot of the work and the weight that parts of the PCFP were built off of was this adequacy study that was done for 2018. It was done in 2018 for the state. One of the approaches was a professional judgment approach, and that was Nevada educators coming together to talk about what was needed for kids. So it was Nevada educators.
Okay. And is there any evidence that shows that if you would improve your EL results, that would reduce or eliminate the need for a child to have or need at-risk funding, if the two are kind of going hand in hand?
Justin Silverstein for the record. I think the overlap in services that we see and what we know is simply the kind of the extended amount of time needed on task. I can't say, and so like a summer school for an EL student would likely would focus quite a bit on their EL needs. It would likely also provide some services if they were behind academically. I don't think we have the research to say if this was handled, you would necessarily lessen the at-risk needs. So I don't think I can answer that well today.
Okay. All right. And then I think I got the answer to this question. So I was curious to know if there was some sort of guidance or requirement from NDE in terms of what type of services are required or recommended. I guess in this case, it would be allowable for the dollars to be used in these special categories. So I think you noted that on the allowable, and it sounds like the allowable is probably driven by what's maybe in statute or something that's provided by NDE.
Yeah, Justin Silverstein for the record. I believe these are, and I think Commissioner Mathers mentioned it, these are the in statute allowable that flowed through. I think at some level aligned somewhat with the Zoom and Victory School allowables from that were happening prior to the PCFP being put in place.
Gotcha. Okay. And then my last question is along the lines of EL and perhaps the proficiency or the outcomes of EL. I think before you guys noted that there are some states that actually cap the EL dollars. And I think what I'm thinking here is that if there is an intensity that's placed on EL, and maybe the drive there would be to cap it if it's, I don't know, if they reach a certain proficiency or if it's after 2, 3, 4, 5 years of receiving the funding, that there perhaps would be more emphasis to try to improve upon those results if educators are aware that that funding is capped and perhaps they're no longer eligible to receive those dollars. So there's more emphasis pushed upon trying to reach the proficiency levels sooner rather than later. And so I don't know what's going on as to why it seems like it's lingering on in terms of why children aren't becoming proficient in English, but maybe placing some sort of cap on that can kind of, you know, expedite what that looks like. Just a thought, I don't know. And perhaps if there's a cap placed on that, that could free up dollars to be able to do some sort of stacking at some point in time. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Dayhoff and then Member Casey.
Thank you, Chair. Member Dayhoff for the record. First, just want to add my concurrence with members Mathers and Mather in particular up front. I've heard since being so privileged to become a part of this commission that intent with the original formula and the goal of getting the formula right while also being sensitive to the fiscal constraints that exist, it certainly would check to me, if you will, that there's a world where we can indeed take action, but condition future adoption of that upon the states and the DSA's ability to support that effort. And I could certainly just to add my 2 cents here, because I don't think need to speak for the sake of speaking, would absolutely support either of those today.
Well, you know, we're going to have to change that. It's no longer 2 cents. You have to go to a nickel. Okay.
Chair Hobbs, I would like to note for our auditors who may be listening that is currently just recommended guidance, and the penny policy has not taken full effect yet, sir.
Duly noted. Member Casey.
Member Casey for the record. Justin, would you mind going to slide 44? That shows the weights, and I think scenario 3 is what it. So I wanted to address the professional judgment approach. This might be a question, Justin, for you and for Chair Hobbs. To my recollection, that study, if we talk about APA, didn't really contemplate stacking weights, though. So when we came up with those weights, I don't know that it contemplated a scenario where they might get stacked. So in other words, if an ELL student who is also at risk, I don't know that the professional judgment was they should get a 0.8 weight combined. It was more of, if they only got one weight, you had an at-risk student, they should get a 0.35 weight, let's say. Does that make sense? I don't know that it did contemplate stacking. That's my first question, and then I have a couple comments.
Yeah, Justin Silverstein for the record, and if Amanda Brown is in a place where she can speak, I will also turn it over to her. But
I am,
Amanda,
so.
go for it.
Yeah, Dusty, that's a great question. When I went back and reread the 2018 report, and I think Justin referred to this a little bit, there was contemplation of, at least in the English learner group, trying to isolate it to what they would need to meet their English language needs, knowing that students that were also at risk might get other dollars outside of that. So I do think there was contemplation during those panels of trying to provide the services that were just for that particular need that a student had. I do think, as Justin was showing, there is some overlap between at-risk and EL that still existed, but I believe the conversations at the time were mostly to try to get folks in those panels to think about what are the needs of the student in a silo. So for every student that has special education needs, what do they have, without contemplating what other needs they might have. So there was some consideration given to that each student would be eligible for multiple weights. There was a line in the report that said if a student was in multiple categories, there could be consideration given for a reduced weight. So I think there was some expectation that a student would receive all of the weights they were eligible for, but it may be at a slightly reduced amount than a perfect stacking of them, if that's helpful.
No, that is helpful, because I think in looking at this slide, looking at scenario 2 fully stacked, and being on that work group, I'm going to reference some of the stuff we talked about. But, you know, in that scenario, those students, a student who's ELL and at risk, would hypothetically get, you know, more money than what they're only getting as EL now. So it may meet the professional judgment approach without having a specific weight. So I think there is some logic in potentially reducing the weights if they were fully stacked, knowing that combining them funds at a level that might be sufficient. But a couple other comments I wanted to make. There was a lot of positive conversation in our group about special education being removed from the stacking. Number one, it's not part of the PCFP. It was removed out of the PCFP. The services are completely dictated by the IEP. They're separate. And so regardless of what way we look at going, it's my feeling that that should be removed completely. The other issue is for charter schools specifically, it's not the highest weight. They get a lower rate with special education. So a student who's on an IEP who might also need ELL services gets their IEP rate that it's less than the current ELL rate. So that logic doesn't even work for every school, only funding at the highest weight. And so so I do think regardless of what we do, special education should be removed out of the scenario. The other thing is at risk, you know, not knowing the future of at risk, what that might look like down the road. I think we should consider fully stacking. The dollars then follow the students. Combining the resources could potentially meet any sort of professional judgment. If at risk changes, then even if that weight's reduced, it still follows the students. And to me, that makes a lot of sense. We could also look at discounting for a student that qualifies multiple weights. So they get the highest, and then maybe they only get 50% of the next weight to combine it or something like that. But there was a lot of positive conversation in our group around stacking, and definitely around, at bare minimum, removing special education from this weighted system as we're currently doing it. And I don't want to speak for the other members, but I don't know if Poonam and Justin, I know Ryan's gone, if you guys want to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you. Well said, Dusty. There was positive discussion because special ed truly isn't sort of in the formula currently, that we just acknowledge that it's outside and that we stack what remains within. And so that was scenario 1, right? Which is on page 43 of the deck. And either way, Chairman Hobbs, I think it's important to tie it to funding milestones. I just feel like it is. This is the legislature, Governor Lombardo and the legislature's action relative to the weights coming out of the 2021 session. That was the only part of this formula that was fully funded, right? At optimal, based on our definition of optimal. It's the only thing as a commission when we have said this is optimal level that the legislature and the governor said, gotcha, let's fund it. We shouldn't clutch a defeat from the jaws of victory. Leave it be, right? And then now see if we can evolve, tying to courage to deal with the larger issue, which is more base, more funding in general to get us to average and optimal on something more than just the weights.
Because
please.
So I've been sitting here trying to understand this because I'm new to the commission, and my first question was, and thanks, Member Casey for answering it, was why would special ed be even in the mix, as a stacking when it has the least impact based on page 23, right? It's a 3%. Impact on all of them. And then we're looking at stacking to optimal funding, but we're not talking about increasing the weights of the individual categories. So that just.
Well, let me try something here to see if we can put a concept out and gauge everybody's reaction to it. So if the commission were to say that the commission supports the concept of stacking weights with the exclusion of special ed for the rationale that's been discussed, recognizes the need to do so, and also recognizes that if you were stacking ELL and at risk, that it could be, I think the term discount was used, but it probably needs to be more thoughtfully derived, that would be a direction that the commission feels that the state should be heading. All of that being said, the commission also recognizes the limitations on current funding, and that you're really just sort of moving the existing money around to the benefit of one category and the detriment of another, and that the commission feels that this is something that can and should be implemented when additional funding is provided, and the quantification of the additional funding, we can look at the target funding levels that we've developed. And, maybe it's partial implementation when you get to 20% higher, and, another piece of implementation when you get to 50% higher. But a concept like that, could the commission support that, knowing that the exact details of it would come back in the final report for your approval before we file the final report? In other words, what would the triggers look like? What could the discounted weights possibly look like? That could be developed based on a recommendation that this commission makes today and brought back as a part of the final report to be approved by the full commission. So I throw that out there as I don't even know if I can make a motion. Am I allowed to make a motion?
Yeah. I will take everything, this is Member Mather, I'll take everything you just said and convert it into a motion.
Okay, then there you go.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. I didn't see the DAG pop in here to point her finger at me again. Any comments on the motion? So I'll ask for those that are supportive of that motion to signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposed or abstain? All right, we got one. We got one. And I'll ask if that completes agenda item number 8. I think so. So thank you very much, Justin. That was great information, by the way. All of you who have presented today provided great information. Okay, so we go to agenda item number 9, charter school reserve analysis. I think this is one we might have a shot at as well today. The commission shall monitor the implementation of the people-centered funding plan. So this discussion is in and around the level of reserves that are to be maintained year to year by the charter schools. And we have presentation, hopefully help us through this, Melissa, 2 Melissas from the Charter School Authority, and Dr. Broughton from the also from the Charter School Authority. Sorry, I'm kind of fumbling through that, but it's been a long one here today. So welcome.
Totally understandable. I just want to make sure that you can hear me okay before okay, I see people nodding. Perfect. And Melissa Willis, am I okay to just go, or did you want to say something first?
Thank you, Melissa. I was just asked if to provide a kind of a recap of the end fund balance process for districts before we begin, if that was needed. Is there anybody who would like that? Yes, okay, so I see some thumbs up. So just to recap that real quick. So currently, a couple of things happen with our end fund balances. So at the end of each year, we go through an end fund balance review at the district level. Again, this only applies to districts currently. And we look at reserves or end fund balances that exceed 16.6% of the prior 16.6% of the prior year allocations could be swept back up, and then they would be deposited into the education stabilization account. And that would continue to happen until the education stabilization account would reach 20% of the legislatively approved budget, in which case any excess above and beyond the 20% would flow into the state education fund to be reallocated. That hasn't happened yet, but hopefully at some point we'll see that count grow. In the meantime, going back to the district's end fund balance, that's 16.6%. There is a hold harmless currently in place, and that ruling is that end fund balance, that would be 16.6% unless their balance was greater than that prior to the implementation of the PCFP. So a 2020 balance that was greater than 16%, that district is entitled to keep. And then if they drop below that amount, it would step down their hold harmless provision, if you will, until they reach that 16.6%, and then that would apply moving forward. Are there any questions on that process before we jump into district end fund balances?
Thank you very much.
All right, can you guys see my screen now? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. All right, good afternoon, Chair Hobbs and members of the Commission on School Funding. My name is Melissa McAdam, and I serve as the Executive Director for the State Public Charter School Authority. With me today is Katie Broughton, the Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Today we are here to discuss charter school reserves. As a brief overview, our goal today is to understand how charter schools are funded differently than traditional school districts in Nevada. Additionally, we will analyze how charter school reserves are sourced and utilized. In order to accomplish these objectives, we will provide an overview of charter school funding, review the SPCSA's financial performance framework, and provide a high-level analysis of current charter school reserves. We will begin with an overview of charter school funding. Similar to Nevada school districts, charter schools receive a monthly adjusted base allocation aligned to the attendance zone of the school district in which the charter school is located. However, unlike school districts, charter schools have sponsorship fees deducted directly from these monthly adjusted base payments, reducing their net funding available for school operations. Nevada charter schools also receive weighted funding based on the prior year's October 1 enrollment count. For new or expanding schools, this methodology can create financial challenges, as schools may be serving a higher number of students eligible for weighted funding than are reflected in current allocations. Because charter schools generally operate with limited economies of scale, delays between enrollment growth and funding adjustments can place additional strain on operating budgets. A significant distinction between charter schools and the traditional school district is access to auxiliary service funding, including transportation and food services. Charter schools do not receive auxiliary services funding through the pupil-centered funding plan. During the 23 and 25 legislative sessions, the State Public Charter School Authority was granted authority to administer transportation grant funding for charter schools. While helpful, this funding is temporary and restricted in purpose. It does not provide a sustainable long-term solution for schools seeking to establish or maintain transportation programs. And lastly, Nevada charter schools do not have access to local property tax revenues or voter-approved bond funding that some school districts rely upon for capital projects, equipment purchases, and facilities development. As a result, charter schools must secure and finance facilities through alternative funding sources. Taken together, this funding structure requires charter schools to operate with fewer resources. As a result, their PCFP funding must stretch further to cover costs that traditional school districts fund through additional revenue sources. Financial management is essential. Maintaining reserves allows charter schools to absorb enrollment fluctuations, respond to unexpected costs, plan for capital expenditures, and ensure continuity of services for students.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Broughton, and I serve as the Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Now that we've provided a brief overview of charter school funding, I'm going to provide an overview of the SPCSA's financial performance framework. Nevada charter school authorizers are required to adopt a performance framework that establishes the standards to which schools within each authorizer's portfolio are held accountable. A required component of this framework is the financial performance framework. Pursuant to NRS 388A.2731B, the financial performance framework must evaluate the financial condition and long-term sustainability of each charter school. Performance frameworks are a requirement for charter school authorizers nationwide. Accordingly, the State Public Charter School Authority collaborates with national organizations possessing expertise in charter school accountability and financial oversight to ensure its frameworks align with national best practices while remaining appropriately tailored to Nevada's policy and funding environment. The SPCSA's financial performance framework, shown on this slide, was adopted in August 2025 for implementation beginning in fiscal year 2026. Although this current version was adopted last fall, the SPCSA has maintained some form of a financial performance framework since its inception in 2012. While charter schools have autonomy to manage their finances in accordance with state and federal law, the SPCSA is responsible for ensuring that schools in its portfolio remain financially stable. The financial performance framework evaluates both short-term financial health and long-term financial sustainability, while also assessing adherence to sound financial oversight practices. The measures are intentionally designed to work together and collectively provide a comprehensive view of a school's financial condition, performance trends, and overall viability. The measures included in the framework are outlined on this slide, and two specifically examine charter school reserves, which are Measure 2 and Measure 3. Measure 2 is unrestricted days cash on hand, which is a short-term liquidity measurement of how many days a school can continue to operate using only its unrestricted cash and cash equivalents without receiving additional revenues. National standards generally identify 60 to 120 days of cash on hand as a best practice. Consistent with this guidance, the SPCSA's financial performance framework establishes an expectation that charter schools maintain at least 60 days of cash on hand. For reference, 60 days of cash on hand is equivalent to approximately 16.6% of total expenditures. This standard takes on additional importance in Nevada, where the timing of revenue receivables can often lag operating expenditures, especially for schools with growing enrollment. Schools with insufficient cash on hand can be forced to take on high-interest, short-term debt to fund operations, leading to higher costs and reduced revenue available for education. The ending fund balance measure identifies financial resources in reserve at the end of the fiscal year, which in turn becomes the opening fund balance and part of available resources for the subsequent year. This reserve helps charter schools plan for future projects and growth, cover unanticipated expenses, and minimize debt needs, which you guys have already spent quite a bit of time talking about this morning. A healthy ending fund balance shows that the school is managing public funds prudently and operating within its means by planning ahead and avoiding overspending. A low or negative ending fund balance can quickly lead to cash flow crises, service disruptions, or even closures. The standard used in this framework mirrors requirements in NAC 354.650 that requires a local government to provide a written explanation to the Nevada Department of Education should their ending fund balance be less than 4% of the actual expenditures. Though 4% is the standard established in this measure, if schools are meeting unrestricted days cash on hand measure just covered, their ending fund balance will be at least 16.6% and usually higher given the timing of short-term receivables, which are counted toward the ending fund balance in this calculation. We're next going to go over the charter school reserves. We will provide a high-level overview before looking at a few specific schools. For fiscal year 2025, SPCSA-sponsored charter schools reported combined ending fund balances totaling $352,658,950. This figure reflects 50 charter holders and includes schools that were sponsored by the Clark County School District during FY 2025, but applied to transfer sponsorship to the SPCSA in FY 2026. Importantly, this total includes both restricted and unrestricted reserves. It is important to distinguish that charter school reserves are not composed solely of savings from PCFP allocations. Rather, reserves reflect multiple funding sources, including accumulated PCFP savings, philanthropic contributions, debt proceeds, and funds restricted by governing boards for specific purposes, including compliance with bond covenant requirements. Additionally, some schools may report elevated reserve balances in a given fiscal year due to the receipt of debt proceeds intended for capital projects that will be completed over multiple fiscal years. In these cases, the ending fund balance includes funds that are already committed to future construction or facility-related expenditures and are not available for general operating purposes. SPCSA-sponsored charter schools report a variety of purposes for both restricted and unrestricted reserves, several of which are outlined on this slide. I would like to highlight a few key examples. First, reserves are often used to offset flat or declining funding levels alongside rising operating expenses. During the most recent legislative session, PCFP allocations remained relatively flat, while costs have continued to increase. Many charter schools relied on reserves to bridge this gap and maintain program stability. Second, a significant portion of reserves is connected to capital projects, particularly facility-related needs. As previously noted, charter schools do not have access to certain facility funding sources available to some school districts. such as local property taxes or voter-approved bonds. As a result, charter schools must rely on alternative funding strategies, including using their reserves, to support facility purchases, improvements, and long-term capital investments. Finally, some charter schools have used reserves to support teacher incentive programs, including maintaining competitive compensation. Charter schools did not receive dedicated funding for educator salary increases in 2023, comparable to funding provided to school districts. Consequently, many schools relied on reserves to sustain competitive wages, as well as support additional incentives such as tuition reimbursement and professional development programs for their staff. Nevada charter schools also operate within a unique hybrid structure that blends characteristics of both nonprofit organizations and government entities. Legally, most charter schools are organized as tax-exempt 501c3 nonprofits, which allows them to issue tax-exempt municipal bonds and receive charitable funding. At the same time, they function as a quasi-governmental public school authorized and overseen by the SPCSA or another authorizer in the state, subject to state accountability, transparency, and public funding requirements, with employees participating in governmental systems such as Nevada PERS. As a result, charter schools must demonstrate financial stability and maintain adequate reserves in order to qualify for bonds and other financing mechanisms used to fund capital projects. Strong reserves signal fiscal health to lenders and bondholders, reduce borrowing risks, and allow schools to secure more favorable financing terms. Reserves are not idle funds. They are a critical component of a school's long-term financial strategy to build and sustain facilities for students.
All right, we're going to look at a few specific examples to just show you how unique the different circumstances are at charter schools and how they were able to leverage their reserves. First, we're going to look at the Elko Institute of Academic Achievement. They acquired a new facility and expanded enrollment beginning in fall of 2024. To finance the acquisition, EIAA secured a 40-year loan through the U.S. Department of Agriculture, or USDA, structured to support the school's long-term financial sustainability. During the first 2 years of the loan, payments were limited to interest only. This structure was intentional and allowed EIAA to build financial reserves in accordance with the USDA loan requirements. Moving forward, the school will transition to full debt service payments, including both principal and interest, which will significantly increase its annual debt service obligations. In addition, the loan agreement requires EIAA to continue increasing its financial reserve year over year as part of its ongoing financial covenant requirements. EIAA is now a facility owner and must responsibly plan for ongoing maintenance, repairs, and capital improvements. The building's rooftop HVAC units are already beyond their expected lifespan. During the renovations, EIAA made the strategic decision not to replace these units to avoid incurring excess costs into the larger loan project. Instead, the school is planning a phased replacement as they save funds, allowing the school to remain fiscally responsible and a good steward of taxpayer dollars. The eventual replacement of all of these units will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, further underscoring the importance of maintaining strong financial reserves while continuing to grow in a sustainable manner. Oasis Academy, located in Churchill County, purchased its K-8 facility in fiscal year 2022 using conventional bank financing, which required a minimum 20% down payment funded through the school's reserves. As part of the financing process, the school was required to meet rigorous financial underwriting standards, including benchmarks related to liquidity, ending fund balance, debt to asset ratios, and a conservative 5-year financial forecast demonstrating sustainable growth. For the high school facility pictured here, constructed in 2023, Oasis Academy utilized a matching grant that required a 50-50 financial contribution from the school. The school relied on its reserves to meet this matching requirement, which used the majority of its remaining reserves, but allowed the facility to be completed without incurring any additional debt. And lastly, we're going to look at Somerset Academy. They recently completed a comprehensive reserve study to identify long-term facility maintenance and capital replacement needs. Based on the school's financial position as of fiscal year 2023, the study recommended setting aside approximately $67,000 per month to ensure sufficient funding for future building maintenance and major capital improvements. And that was for the maintenance of a single facility. In addition to maintaining existing facilities, the school is planning to expand and enhance its academic and extracurricular offerings. One planned initiative is the proposed construction of a theater, pictured here, at the Sky Point campus, currently estimated at approximately $28 million. The financing plan anticipates funding half of the project through cash reserves and the remaining half through bond financing. This project also builds upon prior investments, including land purchased several years ago for approximately $1.7 million. Accumulating sufficient reserves to move forward with a project of this scale has required long-term financial planning and sustained savings over multiple years. Each year, the Somerset Academy Board of Directors also reviews the school's fund balance when considering employee bonuses and other compensation decisions as part of ongoing efforts to attract, retain, and support high-quality staff. And hopefully those three examples just show you different ways and that schools have used their reserves, different financing options they've used. And with that, we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. And I'm sure we'll have a couple of questions. I'll start. So the capital expenditures on the part of the charter schools, they are generally or sometimes made by leveraging cash flow that the charter school has. And you mentioned a couple of cases where reserves were used either as matching funds or equity contribution for conventional financing. And I assume in those cases, they're probably issuing private activity bonds. You are qualified for them. And I think you noted that earlier because as nonprofits, you're eligible to issue private activity bonds.
In some cases, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, in some cases they are. I would say bonds are the most common, but for a smaller school like Oasis Academy, the cost of the bond just didn't make sense for the size of the school. So they had to look at conventional, they got a conventional loan, which required the 20% down. So they do both.
Right, I would expect so. And I'm familiar with some that have been done by way of private activity bond. It would surprise me that conventional financing would be deemed better than tax exempt financing, but I'm sure it's on a case-by-case basis. But my question really has to do with if the capital needs are largely met through leveraging or matching grant funds, the building of reserves concurrent to that is different than those that may be building reserves for pay-as-you-go capital expenditures. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
I think one of the challenges is it's difficult to parse out sort of which is which. So in the case of Oasis, right, they saved up for so many years and then spent down their reserves when they did that capital financing. And a lot of the schools, a lot of the charter schools who have higher end fund balances indicate either an intention to, try and purchase their current facility through some financial mechanism, or if they already have a facility, potentially expanding, buying a second one, or kind of like what we talked about with Somerset, saving money to do ongoing maintenance of the facility they already have.
Yeah, I completely get that. And I know it's going to be on a case-by-case basis, and they're not all following the same template. So that makes sense. Member Mathers, let you jump in here.
Thanks, Chair Hobbs. So as public entities, public school districts can create capital project funds and debt service funds. We're not required to, but we can. When you do so, any balance in those capital project funds and debt service funds are exempt from the fund balance calculation and sweep that the Department of Education does.
The issue.
Wait a minute, let me ask my question. Are you not allowed, are charter schools not allowed to also create capital project funds and debt service funds?
So they can create restricted funds. The issue that they run into is in the nonprofit space, those restricted funds won't count towards their day's cash on hand. And that affects their bond rating, their interest rate, et cetera, et cetera. So because they're sort of operating in these two worlds, they can't, if they're in restricted, if they have them sitting in a restricted fund, it doesn't count towards their day's cash on hand and it affects their rate.
Well, we issue a lot of tax exempt debt, and there's some truth to what you're saying, but we face the same situation in that rating agencies look to our general fund balance primarily. And so we're capped at 16.6%. Now, rating agencies can, if you make good arguments, they can consider capital project and debt service funds as working capital towards that calculation in their quantitative rating models. But I mean, I think public school districts would be in the same situation as what you're describing. I don't see a difference in how we're rated for tax exempt debt as you would be. I guess my point is, what I hear the argument being, we have to keep a higher general fund balance or reserve because we fund capital projects or pay for debt service through our general fund. And what I'm saying to you is, it seems like the solution would be to create capital project funds and debt service funds that are not considered and part of Department of Ed's fund balance calculation. I mean, it just seems like, and that would put you parallel to public school districts. So I guess to me, that seems like the solution here.
I'll be the first to say I'm not an expert on bond financing. Our schools that have done it a lot certainly have indicated that there are some nuances and differences between the way they have to do it and the way a traditional district does, but I am definitely not the expert that can speak to that in any way.
I just, like I say, I hear what you're saying is the need to preserve more funding in your general fund, but if you use those other funds, you could just transfer the monies to those other funds and I think be good. But so anyhow, just wanted to throw that out there.
Sorry. Okay, I just wanted to echo what Mark said, because I just went through that. This is Commissioner Ritchie, Nye County School District, and the Moody's is who did our rating. They didn't even care about how much my ending fund balance was in my debt service fund. They were more concerned about my ending fund balance in my general operating fund than in giving me my rating. So they do look at your general fund. They don't look at your debt service fund where you house that money to pay that debt. So I just wanted to reiterate what Mike said.
Member Dayhoff, for the record, I do want to put a quick point of clarification, because we actually, only having just done Moody's and S&P a couple weeks ago, they do actually consider our statutory reserve because they recognize that we are not able, as a school, this state expects us to take our revenue and to spend it on children and instruction. And so they also recognize in their ratings calculations what a typical end fund balance would be across peer agencies and peer districts. And to that end, we make a case, we try each time, as Member Mather suggested, to make a case that because of that expectation, one of the strategic levers we have as a district is to make sure that we are properly placing a reserve there and reporting that back in. So with that consideration, they will consider that as well, which has been a great benefit. And just to double down on Member Mather's point, could be a helpful solution. Sorry. If I could, though, get to my question, which was, forgive me, I'm relatively new to the state. I don't know how long I continue to get to say that, so perhaps not too new anymore. So if you could let me know, I know you mentioned costs as well and cost drivers of spend. What are charter schools in Nevada, Governor, restricted to collective bargaining agreements or any of those the same way that public school districts are?
They are not.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Member Casey and then Member Mather.
Thank you, Chair Hobbs and Member Casey, for the record, and thank you for the presentation. I think what's unclear a little bit with charters, a difference when it comes to bond financing, and I would have to look back to Mark and the district CFOs on this, is the designated tax revenue, Mark, is that designated for one of the restricted funds? That would be one of my first questions. So when you have the designated property tax dollars, do those dollars flow directly into your restricted debt service fund?
Yes.
Okay. So given that charters do not have any sort of designated tax dollar stream that's restricted that for a potential financing agency, whether they're looking at bonds or banks to contemplate, they are looking at those, essentially the operating dollars, right? PCFP or whatever fundraising dollars the schools get. So those dollars do flow into the general fund initially. They're not separated out. So if there is a mechanism to be able to separate, and boards can designate those as restricted because they're operating dollars, and them not knowing specifically maybe how much they might need, they may need them to operate again the following year. So they may need to turn around and transfer some of that money back to their general fund in order to cover, raises, for example, for staff or something like that. So those dollars generally all start as general fund dollars and then would have to be transferred. So there may be something there that could be worked out. I would ask Melissa Willis, can you do a quick recap on the business rules of the ending fund balance for districts, on what exactly can be reverted back to the state and what cannot, and in which funds?
Yes, so in determining end fund balance for possible sweep into the education stabilization account, each county school district shall exclude money deposited in the county school district fund on or before June 30, 2020. That was the hold harmless provision we discussed earlier. Any money apportioned to the county school district for capital projects or debt service. Any money transferred to the county school district and authorized as an expenditure as a continuing appropriation pursuant NRS 387-1214, paragraph 6.
And so that excludes those debt service funds, I believe capital projects funds, and any enterprise funds, correct? That might be set up by a district?
That's correct. So there's some districts that receive additional receipts for, rentals of their facilities, things like that. Those are excluded.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And thank you, Chair Hobbs. For me, one of the things that makes me really proud about what we've been able to do in this state is we're one of the few states in this country that doesn't have a holy war between charter schools and the rest of the education establishment, if you will. And I've really been proud of that. And I think it was gutsy of the proponents of this bill to insist that that be the case, that they were so motivated to ensure that charters were a full participant in the ecosystem that is the offer for a great seat to every child and every family in the state. So I love that we've done that. I'm really proud of it. This is a per pupil operating formula, and it's never been intended to address the building needs of anybody. And yes, there's a clear distinction between how our regular K-12 public schools are built and what charter organizations have to go through to build their own. I think we've taken some steps in the past as a commission to try to help ameliorate some of those high hurdles, which was, I think, nice of us, but beyond our mission. And so I just want to keep our eyes on the ball. This feels a little bit of mission creep, unless there's some simple way to help ameliorate the friction point for our charter, our friends in the charter community. But the other big distinction is the one that Member Dayhoff asked about. It's a non-union environment, so we want to be careful not to get too compare-y, because I think part of what works really well in Nevada is the diversity of our different sectors, and therefore the different kinds of promises that they can make to families and kids. And that's, for me, that's a good thing. I think my neighbor would agree that that's a good thing. So it is important to compare, but not always wise to do so. And on the topic of assistance relative to building and rehabbing and refurbishing, feels to me personally like mission creep. I'd much rather just pursue doggedly trying to modernize the fiscal approach in the state to get to a base that looks like average or better.
Okay, I'm trying to think of next steps for this particular item, so I'm going to give it a shot, and then you can comment as you wish. I don't think that there's any question as to the need for reserves for 501c3 charter schools at all. I don't, and you've done a great job of defending that and what they may be used for. So I don't think that's at issue at all. You need to have reserves for operations and probably on a case-by-case basis for capital as well, because I'm sure not every charter school is constructed identically with respect to all of its revenues and its expenditure needs at a given point in time. So I don't think there's any question about the necessity to maintain reserves. I think the question comes in, and something we can talk about maybe addressing, well, along the lines of the reserves. I would recommend that the state charter school authority continue to monitor and where they can report back to us. I suppose I would like to see, and it would be helpful to me to see some examples, maybe not a full rostering unless that's easy for you to do, of reserve levels of charter schools and enrollment, and whether or not they have any outstanding debt of any type. That would be interesting to see, because if the capital needs were largely met through bonded indebtedness or some other form or some other instrument that was being used, and reserves were being accumulated at the same time, that might seem a little bit contradictory. Now, I know you need to accrue reserves for beyond capital purposes because you need an operating cushion, and you also need to do repair and maintenance. But I have a feeling that a lot of these charter schools are so different than other charter schools, if that makes any sense. So it would be good over time to see some examples there. And I think, one of the questions that's being posed to us is whether or not we make a recommendation with respect to the percentage of funding from the pupil-centered funding plan that can be set aside year to year to increase these reserves, and whether or not there could be a comfort level around that. Again, I don't think it's an argument as to whether or not the reserves are needed. I'd be the first to argue very conservative reserve policies, very frankly. And I know it's different for school districts, with the 16.5% and levels like that I would find, given our fiscal structure in this state, not to be adequate from year to year, personally. But whether or not there should be some kind of limit placed on the amount of funding that comes from the state each year that is then allowed to flow into reserves? I think that's probably a question that we need to focus on. Do I have that right? And anybody can answer. I'm looking at the charter school people to see.
What are you asking us as if it's correct, I guess would be my question. Because yes, you're right in the sense that like, I think there's a sort of a misconception that like charter school reserves are made up entirely of PCFP dollars, and like the schools are, you know, saving those dollars and not spending them on students, which is not accurate. And that's, I think what we're trying to explain is that like what's in the reserve amounts is more than just PCFP dollars. It's schools that have gone out to bond or get, you know, a loan. And, you know, we have some schools that have taken like a $7 million loan to do capital projects over 2 years. And so in the year they receive those dollars, their end fund balance is going to go up because of the money that is expended in the subsequent year. So it's, and you're right in the sense that each school is incredibly different, and they use their reserves differently and they leverage their reserves differently. And so I think to your point of like, maybe it's better to look at a percentage of the PCFP dollars each year instead of a total end fund balance percentage, if that's what you're asking.
But I think the question about whether or not and maybe Melissa Willis can help us. My understanding of the question you were answering was, should the funding commission make a recommendation about sweeping reserves when they get over the 16.6%? And that was my understanding of the question at hand. But I would look to Melissa to confirm or deny whether I understand that right.
Well, before Melissa answers that, let me say to you that I don't think that there's a particular perception. You know, I fully understand reserves for both governmental and non-governmental entities. And I also understand the capital financing and how that is done. I don't think that's really at issue as much. I think the question, and Melissa can confirm this, is with PCFP dollars, should there be any limitation placed on either total reserves or the amount each year that's allowed to flow to the reserves? I think that's the central question, not the existence of the reserves. I fully understand why those are there. Melissa?
I think the initial ask of the commission and then the discussions at the work group level have been kind of one foot in both of those arenas. I think that without our lead, Ryan Reeves here, who had brought up I think it's reasonable to set some kind of a limit on how many PCFP dollars could go into reserve each year. The focus being that the general idea would be that PCFP dollars be flowing to the students each school year, but there is a need to fund reserves as well. So I think that was a possible discussion item for balance in those two areas, so that the perception that reserves were growing at an alarming rate wasn't there. And we've had a few questions around that over or throughout the last legislative session.
Well, putting some kind of cap or ceiling on PCFP dollars that flow to reserves makes sense, given the kind of discussion that I think has taken place. Now, what that percentage should be, has there been any discussion in the working groups about, you know, whether that's 10%, 15%, 20%, anything like that?
The discussion surrounded like the age of the charter school and what they were working towards, but the general consensus was no more than 20%.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that gives us, you know, actually something tangible to talk about, right? Is if there is some desire to set a limit on the amount of PCFP funds that can be added to reserves each year, and what that value should be. Any other thoughts and comments around that? Because otherwise,
Sure.
what I think you have to do is almost go in and look at all of the different levels of reserves and the conditions and contractual expenses and everything else that each charter school has. And I don't think that this commission, to Member Mather's point, is necessarily authorized nor desirous of going in and doing audits like that. And I don't think there's any reason to do that. But I think it is a rational question, because it affects the pupil-centered funding plan as to whether or not there should be any limits placed on accrual of reserves over time from those funds.
Chair Hobbs, this is Member Casey. You have a comment?
Sure.
Yeah, given that this is a relatively new topic, and I think there's still a lot of information to be kind of sifted through from the SPCSA. I think there's definitely, to your earlier comment, some more time that's going to be needed to kind of figure out, looking at historically what some of these schools have saved, maybe perhaps out of their per pupil funding and stuff like that. I don't know that that's something how soon something like that can be done. And I don't know if it's something where we could get to a logical decision within the next few months. I really don't, because every school is so different. You're talking about deep dives into historical stuff as well. So to me, it makes more sense, as we've done kind of in the past, that we look to gather more information over the next couple of years and see if we can bring something back and figure something out that would make sense, because of how different every single scenario is. And now you got 70 plus charters or whatever operating in the state. It can be drastically different. And I don't know that there's a one size fits all, given the information that we have currently.
Just want to reiterate something that Member Mather said earlier. Any of these questions that come up aren't meant to be combative or uncomfortable for anybody in the charter school world. I think it's a matter of trying to develop an understanding. I think on one hand, this commission has evidenced a desire to make recommendations that put charter schools on parity with public schools. But you can take that so far to put yourself in a position where you would be subject to the same reserve restrictions that public schools are under. That's a different form of parity. And I think we understand that there are enough differences that that's not something that we necessarily want to do. But so to Member Casey's point, for now, it doesn't look like this commission is ready to take any kind of specific action. And it would probably need additional information to do so. But I would ask that the working group consider some of the comments that have been made here around potentially putting some kind of cap on accruals from the PCFP funding each year, because that seems to make some sense. And I know it's not a one size fit all for every charter school. I realize that. But, by the same token, the 16.6%, and I think I know where that came from. That would be just 2 months divided. Yeah. Okay.
60 days.
Yeah. Genius math. So that's also insufficient for several of our school districts, right? So, again, one size doesn't fit all, but, in the state that requires equal and uniform, sometimes we get stuck with that kind of stuff, right? So, let's have the working group do a little bit more work on that and provide some additional information back, hopefully by April. I understand, Member Casey, that won't be the full deep dive that you were talking about, but some additional information that would provide comfort to be able to make a recommendation along these lines. Does that work? Yeah.
And Chair Hobbs.
Yes, wherever that voice is coming from.
All right, I just want to be very transparent on the record that we completely at the SPCSA see the validity of this question. We recognize why it's being asked, and, you know, agree and or whatever the working group wants us to do, you know, to go back and compile the data. It like Member Casey said, it will take time, but we see the validity of why you're asking this question, and we're here to get answers for you where we can.
I appreciate that very much. It was just that Katie looked kind of mad at me. So, you know, just wanted to address that. Okay. That brings us to item number 10. And originally, and I'm going to test the temperament of the commission. Originally, last meeting asked for members of the commission to think about some of the priorities for a BDR. I don't know how many people are prepared at today's meeting to do that. And I'm thinking back on it, not sure that that is absolutely the best way of approaching that. What is your preference? If we want to go, you know, up and down the line on the commission and talk about those things that we think are the highest priorities, that's certainly fine. We could also bring this item back and have that discussion on a more focused basis. Please let me know. Yeah.
Chair, Member Deha, for the record, speaking on my own personal account, I certainly would be open to moving to this item to the next meeting. And if that requires a motion to do so, I stand ready to provide one.
I actually don't think that requires a motion. Going into our next item, future agenda items, we could just put that right there. Huh? Okay. Anybody else? Yes, please.
I do have a question. It's probably a question for the DAG. For the BDR, are we allowed to, as long as we stay within the same NRS chapter, if it's 387, 388, I think we're allowed to have like multiple asks as long as it's one BDR and the ask or the request is within the same chapter. I don't know if it's the DAG or NDE that could respond to that.
This is Melissa Willis, NDE. So last meeting, Megan Peterson went over some of the information that had been conveyed from LCB, and the parameters must be a single subject, so K-12 education, for example, within the scope of NRS 387, and then can be comprehensive upon initial drafting. So we can, as long as it's a single subject, then address multiple changes. I think there's probably some additional constraints there, but that was our overall general guidance.
Okay. Well, I like that the single subject is very broad. K through 12 allows us to be able to hopefully address multiple issues under this one BDR. Thank you.
The part of that answer also was within one chapter of NRS 387.
Well, that's what I was asking. It doesn't appear that it has to be within the one chapter, as long as it's within the one subject area, K through 12, which could span over multiple NRS chapters, from my understanding.
I think that's the case. I can follow up with that. I know that if we do something with charters or with districts, we might end up outside of 387. I'll ask if we can span multiple.
Thank you.
And one thing for everybody to think about, because, you know, there may be a number of things that affect sections in 387 or amend things in 387 or other chapters that fall under K through 12. If we also decide to include anything that would be in the fiscal modernization category, you know, that's K through 12 related. I mean, our rationale for doing that is in support of K through 12. But that gets into a number of different chapters. And, you know, whether or not that subject fits with other K through 12 subjects is another question that I would have, because I think, you know, part of what we really have to think about with the BDR, a number of things that we've talked about today and will be agendized over the next couple of meetings are certainly worthy candidates for possible changes. One of our main reasons for existing is also on the optimal funding, or, you know, improved funding for education side, which would involve some rather complex sections of law within certain areas of taxation. Now, those are things that we'll be more specifically talking about when it gets a little warmer as we move into summer. But whether we go big or go small, I think is a big question for everyone to consider. Okay, so with that.
Guy?
Yeah.
This is Melissa Willis, NDE. I wanted to share something that I'll send out. It's on the, can I share my screen real quick? So this is another tab on the same workbook I shared earlier. What we've done to kind of make this process a little easier for each of the work groups is identified kind of the work group and then their primary scope. We've also updated the target dates that you gave me earlier, but crosswalk that against the NRS that they've got in relationship. Now, this is not necessarily going to catch every NRS, because we know that parts of each of these might also have trailers to other NRS, but it's a starting point for the work groups to kind of start. If we make a change here, then we might need to consider language changes here. So this will be something I will share with you as you start to have these BDR discussions within your work groups. The other two tabs, or the other three tabs on this, is based on the presentation Megan gave last meeting. We've crosswalked this against kind of a general guide, if you will, for the commission to kind of work through this, and then our meeting dates, so that we could meet our obligation of a draft submission, final submission, by June 1st, and then a final due date by September 1st. So just very quickly, we had the ask at NDE was to map NRS to work group tasks. And then we broke it down further, identify NRS changes that will be needed to support potential commission recommendations assigned to the work groups, January through March, brainstorm draft language, possible NRS changes needed to implement, February through April for the work groups, and then by the March and April meetings, discuss and refine draft language, finalize our content, so really prioritize what we're moving forward with by April, and then start drafting that BDR come April and May meetings, if that helps. And then the other two items, just very quickly, is because some of these items also have to go to the committee on education, their schedule, and then also, if it's helpful, this is the budget request. So we know that some of these recommendations that could come out of this commission will have to be included in the draft PCFP model that goes forward with our agency request by the end of summer. So this is all going to be coming to you, but I thought that this one in particular, relationship to this, and then also this column D kind of crosswalks, whether it is a committee, a BDR, or potentially a budget change, and kind of maps that timeline, just so that you can go in eyes wide open. And I will again share this with all of you after this meeting.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you for putting that together. It's also really stressful. Again, we had the item on today to begin to discuss things that individual members of the commission felt should be areas of priority for the BDR. And I don't necessarily want to cut that short. So if certainly any members of the commission want to throw anything out on the table at this point, we can start at least building a list of the types of things that you all feel should be included in the BDR. If there's anyone that wants to speak to that. Otherwise,
Chairman
I
Hobbs.
think we'll go with the other one. What? Yeah.
So I get twisted up on this one. There are moments where I think working group, where we've got the weighted funding, so we want to put in a recommendation about stacking sort of connected to funding. We want to alleviate the pain that districts are feeling based on the methodology of count days for some of our weight. So those are things that would fulfill our obligation to just monitor and evolve the thing over time. But really nothing, to me, it feels like we're at this inflection point right now where it is all about modernizing the fiscal policy of the state. And so if, to the extent that I cannot be excellent at too many things all at the same time, to the extent that I confuse people if I talk about 6 topics, not just one, it's not like people are going to run to this.
No.
Exactly. And so we're going to have to go and chase them and compel them and inspire them. And so there's a part of me that wants to make the argument that less is more. Let's just go for optimal funding and keep it super simple so that we can get into play. And then maybe, we find other sponsors to take care of the other things that we think mechanically would evolve it, that would make it better, that are things to think about in the future, but separate it out from our home run big deal this time is going to be to go hard after funding.
Well, I think that's exactly the kind of, strategic discussion we have to have. And, one of the members of this commission who could be extraordinarily helpful in strategizing, that type of thing is our vice chair. Because she's been on both sides of it, or multiple sides of it, over the years. And so that's a conversation that we'd like to have. You talk about the fiscal side of it, and I can see a number of different paths being taken. One would be through an initiative of this commission. We've obviously documented that in reports, widely read reports in the past. Mm-hmm. And we could certainly, take that a step further and include recommendations that are in the form of a bill draft that forces somebody to, it does force something. By the same token, we're going to be developing a list, and Melissa's exhibit is a pretty good indicator of how long that list will be of things that tick away at different sections of 387 and related chapters. We got 1 done today. The hope coming in is that we would get 3. So it's putting a little more pressure on us in the next couple of meetings to move on some of those items so we can focus on, the funding issues as we, again, move into the summer. But then I also paid attention to the due dates that Melissa had on the BDR development. And that becomes a factor in all of this too. So, I think that's the thing that we really need to think about. We could have sort of an omnibus fix things in the PCFB bill, or we could have, something that's more fiscally focused. But there are a couple of other strategies that we're working on. I can share with you that there are a number of local governments around the state that are having meetings with some of their sister local governments about concerns about property taxes and concerns about abatements in tax revenue and concerns about declining C tax and, sales tax is the primary focus there. And, these are all things that we documented 4 years ago, right? And so as I've been pulled into some of those discussions, it's come up that, look, everybody shares in property tax, everybody shares in sales tax, just about everybody would benefit from creating some remedies in those areas. And oh gosh, and then they look over at me and say, and education would be a really good tip of the spear, right? That's that's an exciting thing to think about, but it makes some sense too. It's best if there's the whole army there saying the same thing as opposed to just a couple people. So there may be another, and I'm realistic enough to understand and know that putting in something that would change abatements or broaden the sales tax or modernize the sales tax base, things like that. It's wishful thinking to believe that you'd put in a BDR and something would happen in the 27 session without there being an interim study or something like that between 27 and 29. I mean, that's likely the path that something like that would take. And so there's now some discussion starting to be had around the notion of having something similar to the governor's task force on tax policy that was way back in quarter of a century ago, convene on the heels of all of this. So, we really need some additional time to formulate the best approach, but the best thing that we can do is, as these items from the working group come forward, do our best to bring closure to them as soon as we possibly can so we can begin to compile those. And that's not to suggest that anybody on this commission is being asked to rush judgment on anything. Not at all, because these are all very important decisions. But to the extent that you can anticipate any questions or areas of concern about any of the topics that you see remaining, and that includes NCEI, Mark, let's get them out. Let's get them out now so we can we can address those and hopefully decide thumbs up or thumbs down at one of our upcoming meetings. Clock's ticking. So on future agenda items, we know from today's meeting what some of those are going to be. We know from the report that Melissa gave earlier what some of the other items are that are scheduled to be on. So I think we're pretty well set with future agenda items. That brings us to public comment period number 2. And it's again an opportunity for members of the public to address the commission on any matter within its jurisdiction, control, or advisory power. No action may be taken or discussion occur under this item until the matter would be included on a future agenda. So I would ask if there's any public comment up in Carson City.
Chair Hobbs, there is no public comment in Carson City.
And asking the same down in Las Vegas, I don't see any. Do we have any written comments or callers wishing to make public comment?
There are no written comments.
Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Public comment period number 2 is closed. So this will conclude today's meeting of the Commission on School Funding, and we thank everybody for their patience and getting into action when things went south on us earlier today. We appreciate that. And we'll look forward to our next meeting. And the other thing that may happen too is we see some of these action-ready items come up. We can call a meeting ahead of a regularly scheduled meeting if we have 3 or 4 things that are teed up, and that could be done virtually if we believe those items are of limited discussion. So we may end up doing 1 or 2 of those as well, and that would be at our call. So with that, wish everybody a good weekend. You can all get back to watching curling on TV now.
Or answer the question, why is it a sport?
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.